Welcome to Warner Park for the finals of the Leeward Islands Cricket Board's Under 19 tournament, 50 over men's tournament, here at Warner Park in Bastia, St. Kitts. We are having a late start this morning as a result of overnight and early morning rains. The ground staff had some polishing up to do on the strip. They had some additional work, some extra work to do to re-roll the pitch and remark the creases. And there were some issues that brought about a late start. So as a result, we are starting at just about 11:15, some 45 minutes lost. The original start should have been at 10 a.m. and it's just about 10:45. The Kittitians, they have won the toss and they have invited Antigua to take first strike. So the first over is coming from the northern end, and it's Caden Francis opening the attack from the media center end, and immediately he beats the Antiguan right-handed opening batsman outside the line of the off stump. So we welcome you to a very picturesque Warner Park ground, brilliant sunshine. This is actually the first game that has been affected by rain. Again, delivery outside the line of off stump and wide or a no ball signaled by the umpire. No ball signaled by umpire Troy Mills, which means that it's going to be a free hit for Antigua. Francis overstepping the front crease. No ball quickly signaled by umpire Troy Mills. The other umpire in this game is Carly Tuckett. That's Carl Tuckett, who stands at square leg. That's to the right of. And this one is hit in the air. Is it going to be caught? Whether it's caught or not, it's going to be runs. The batsmen complete 2 runs. And Tilokani, it appears, not quite Tilokani, but the fielder at square leg to the left of umpire Tuckett, running away towards deep backward square, attempting to make a catch of it, trying to use it as catching practice. Whether the catch was, even though the catch was taken, it would not have counted as a dismissal. The batsmen were able to pick up 2 runs, and that takes the total on to 3 without loss. Antigua batting first here at Warner Park after being asked to bat by St. Kitts. St. Kitts winning the toss, having had a delayed start by close to 45 minutes. Very good delivery by Francis, but driven straight through mid-on, very close to the stumps at the non-striker's end. And the batters were able to complete 2 runs quite comfortably. A nice looking on drive, pitched up on about middle and leg. And there was the right-hander driving straight through mid-on and picking up a single. It was 1 run completed and not 2. Good fielding by the fielder at mid-off and backed up by the fielder at mid-on. So mid-off and mid-on converged on that ball and prevented the possibility of a second run. We are still in over number 1, being bowled by Caden Francis. very unique approach to the crease. He's not express fast, not as fast as Clark, Jaheim Clark, his opening partner. Or not as fast as Michele Tong and the Antiguan openers, but he bowls of a relatively short run, bowls a good line outside the line of off stump. The Antiguan opener leaves it alone outside the line of off stump, and it's taken behind by wicketkeeper Richards. That brings up the end of over number 1. At the end of the first over, the Antiguans being invited to have first strike. They are 4 for no loss. So are we going to see Clark, or are we going to see the left arm medium pacer coming from the southern end? And it looks like the left arm medium fast bowler who starts with a wide, very, very wide outside the line of the off stump. That's Challenger, Kasim Challenger. Didn't quite have his radar right there, didn't quite have his bearings right, and very, very wide outside the line of off stump. A little bit closer to the stumps with that second delivery, but again, not really forcing the Antiguan opener to play. The batsman on strike is Tailenders Francis, with the number 37 on his jersey. He is the Antiguan wicketkeeper batsman. And his opening partner is often Hosea Roberts with number 10. So Roberts with the number 10 on his shirt stands at the non-striker's end. And Challenger is again wide outside the line of off stump and not forcing Francis to play. So you'd want to adjust his line a bit. You want to make a slight adjustment to his line. He's bowling left arm medium fast from the Lozak or southern end. He would want to force Francis to play. On that occasion, he is again wide and outside leg stump on that occasion. Wide outside the line of leg stump. And Francis getting inside of it, attempting to tickle it towards fine leg, making no contact. Wide signal by umpire. Took it. The total advances to 6. 6 for no loss in the second over. We have had a late start, delayed by almost 45 minutes. Very, very good delivery there by Challenger. Well pitched up in the block hole. Right up on the crease. Francis was forced to come down very hard on it, digging it out. Much better delivery by Kasim Challenger, the left arm medium fast bowler. Tall, lanky figure, turns in the distance. It's a bit wide outside the line of off stump, and there is Francis flashing and flashing hard And it goes into the squarish third man boundary for 4. The first boundary for Francis, first boundary of the Antiguan innings, that would take Francis on to 7, and the Antiguan total advances by 4 to 10. 10 without loss in over number 2. Second over being bowled by the left-arm medium-fast bowler Kasim Tailenders from the southern or Luzak Road end. In brilliant sunshine here at Warner Park, glorious sunshine again. And is he going to be caught? No, it dropped just short of the captain Drew at slip. It came off the outside edge, but it fell just in front of Drew. And Drew was able to feel it quite comfortably, a very accommodating bounce. And fortunately for Francis, it did not go directly to the hands of Drew. So probably with a bit more pace, Challenger would have been able to have had that ball carried through to Drew. But nonetheless, it was a good delivery. Francis was tentatively pushing forward and outside edge found, but not finding the hands of the captain, DeAndre Drew. Over number 2 comes to an end. Francis is on 7, and Roberts is yet to score. Chinese Francis into his second over, a sharp delivery, a very sharp lifting delivery outside the line of Roberts' off stump. Roberts was forced to rock back, had to take evasive action. And umpire Troy Mills is having a word with Caden Francis and letting him know that it's 1 for the over. Francis is bowling with 6-3 field. There are 6 players on the off side and 3 on the on. On the on side, there is a long leg, short mid-wicket, straight, a mid-on wide. There are 2 slips, staggered first and second slip. The first slip is a bit back, second slip is a bit forward. Third man, extra cover, backward point, extra cover, and mid-off. Played out towards backward square for a single. Roberts is off the mark. It's now 11 without loss, Antigua. In this, the finals, the grand finale of the Leeward Islands men's under-19 cricket tournament being played here at Warner Park. The 3rd and 4th place game is being played at Connery between Nevis and St. Maarten. There we saw Francis wide outside the line of off stump, and Francis flashing and missing, and that delivery going past the flashing blade of Chinese Francis into the gloves of Roberts. Ewett Roberts behind the stumps, Kittian wicket keeper. On the legs of Francis and tickled away fine into the boundary for 4. So there was Francis straying on the pads of Francis, and Francis is getting inside of his wicket, and in a very wristy fashion, the old-fashioned leg glance, just glancing it fine into the fine leg boundary for 4. That takes him on to 11, the total 15 without loss. Antigua batting first here at Warner Park. Delivery pitched up outside the line of off stump. Final delivery of over number 3, bowled by Caden Francis. At the end of it, Tailenders Francis is on 11 with 2 fours, and his opening partner, Hosea Roberts, is on 1. The total 15 with a loss. Antigua, after being asked to bat by St. Kitts, St. Kitts having called correctly at the toss, St. Kitts winning the toss and asking Antigua to have first knock. The Antiguans making first use of pitch number 2. If you are looking at the outfield from our position, from our northern vantage point, there are 4 strips there, uncovered, using the second strip from east to west. It's the third strip from west to east. The Kittish and Gong staff have at least 4 strips that they can use at any given point in time. At any given time. A very good delivery, loud appeal, somewhat stifled though. There was challenger going up in the appeal, but after realizing that it was a bit high on the thigh, the appeal was stifled. But it was a good delivery, a good quick delivery. Delivery that touched down on about middle and leg. And with that natural left arm swing, cutting back. And this one is played away to the left of the fielder at mid-wicket. And a diving attempt to bring off that catch. And you can see him being complimented by his teammate who left the short extra cover position and went all the way over to mid-wicket to give him a high five. It was a good attempt. It was a good diving attempt, but he was unable to bring off the catch. Roberts gets 1, he's on to 2, the total 16. 16 without loss. It was a delivery that was pitched up on about middle and leg, and there was Roberts looking to play it through mid-wicket. He was able to find that gap between mid-on and mid-wicket short. Mid-wicket was much closer to it, and he was diving away to his left to bring off the catch, but was unable to hold on. He didn't quite get his hands to it. It didn't quite go to hand, but nonetheless, it was a good diving effort. And the batsman completed 1 run. Took Roberts on to 2. Hosea Roberts is now at the non-striker's end with Tailenders Francis back on strike at the northern or media center end. And there is challenger wide outside the line of off stump. Francis looking to get some bat onto it, played over it, and it went through to be taken behind by Richards. That ends the second over of Kasim Challenger. At the end of over number 4, Roberts is on 2, Francis on 11. The total 16 for no loss. 16 without loss. Antigua invited to have first strike here at Warner Park by St. Kitts. The 5th over is being bowled by Caden Francis. Francis continues from the northern or media center end, and he's bowling to Roberts. Roberts took a very solid blow on the right thigh, previous over by Kasim Challenger. Was able to work up some pace and beat the defensive prod of Roberts, striking him high on the thigh. We remind you that you are viewing men's under 19 cricket. Another good delivery by Francis, just probing, slightly outside the line of off stump. Roberts not really getting across, not getting right across, or getting in line, not getting fully in line with that delivery, and just going past the outside edge. Loud appeal by the Kititians. Again, Francis is on target, a bit on the body, and played off the body towards silly mid-on position, position that is more so associated with Test cricket. Seldom see that in the Super 50s, or the One Day Internationals, or T20s. We have a short mid-wicket. Short mid-wicket moved in to field and pitched up by Francis and driven to short extra cover. Fielder at short extra cover appears to be Harris. Nice looking drive there by Roberts. And is he going to be run out? No. Roberts was convinced that 2 runs were there. Tanya's Francis stayed his ground and sent him back, saying to him that he should remain in his crease. He should stay in his ground because the fielder was already onto the ball, even though it was way out on the boundary. That was shot, and Francis is back and hammers it out towards cover. Very good bit of fielding by the Kititian fielder, pulling it back just a few meters inside of the boundary and pulling it back to Tilokani, who sent the return in. The batsmen were able to complete 2 runs. 2 more to Francis is on to 13, and the total is 19. 19 for no loss. Antigua at the end of over number 5. 5 overs completed. Tannis Francis on 13, Hosea Robertson 3, and the total 19 without loss. Some 3 extras so far in the total. The attack continues from the Lozak or southern end by Kasim Challenger, and immediately Roberts picks up a single to short forward square leg. That's to the left of umpire Troy Mills and the right of the fielder at short mid-wicket. One more to Roberts is on 4, and the total advances by 1 to 20. 20 without loss as Challenger comes in and bowls outside the line of off stump. Francis into the drive, but unable to beat backward point. Well fielded by Kunal Tilokani to his right. repetition of what happened in the previous delivery, played out to Tilokani once again. And no run. Loud appeal, a sustained loud appeal by challenger and his teammates, but turned down by umpire Carl Tuckett, seemingly sliding down leg side. Maybe, maybe it could have been pitched outside the line of leg stump. That ends over number 6. At the end of it, Francis is on 13, Jose Robertson 4, St. Kitts having inserted Antigua having first strike, 20 without loss at the end of the 6th over. Francis is very wide outside the leg stump of Roberts, much too wide, and quite fittingly and justifiably signaled wide by umpire Troy Mills. That takes the total on to 21. The Carifta games are very much on in Trinidad and Tobago at the Hazley Crawford Stadium in TNT. Games usually dominated by Jamaica. So it will be left to be seen if the other countries are going to challenge Jamaica somewhat this year. Bit short, outside off stump. There was Roberts looking for the cut, looking to cut behind point, looking to cut backward of point. He got a thick under edge, and it cannoned into the ground. He didn't quite middle it, didn't quite get it off the meat of the bat, and it cannoned onto the ground very quickly, not far from the batsman. It's played in the air. A catch is going to be taken there at square leg, and Hosea Roberts goes. A very bad stroke indeed. Not really getting on top of that delivery, not controlling the stroke, and playing a very bad stroke. The stroke played was not the stroke that was required for such a delivery. He was not in the right position to play that shot. So he was more or less giving catching practice to square leg. Fielder at short mid-wicket, moving to his right, close to umpire Tuckett, and settling under it, and taking quite a very comfortable catch in the end. So breakthrough here for St. Kitts, with Antigua losing their first wicket with a total on 21. Hosea Roberts going for 4, a total 21 for 1, Antigua in over number 7, being bowled by Caden Francis. So Caden Francis picking up the first wicket for St. Kitts. The new batsman for Antigua has the number 9 on his shirt. We would tell you who he is in a moment. And he is Zavik Toppin. Zavik Toppin is the new batsman for Antigua. He has replaced Roberts. Roberts was caught by the fielder at short mid-wicket, moving to his right. Fielder at short mid-wicket. We'll let you know who he is in a moment. First delivery to Toppin, short rising delivery, short lifting delivery. He was on top of it and steered it towards Tilokani at backward point, deep. Tilokani wearing a yellow cap and coming in from backward point. And that's a lovely stroke, a wonderful stroke through mid-wicket by Zavik Toppin. Short delivery by Caden Francis, and Toppin was onto the back foot and he hammered it through mid-wicket along the ground, just to the right of the short mid-wicket, bisecting the gap between umpire Tuckett square leg, to the right of short mid-wicket and to the left of umpire Tuckett. A wonderful stroke, short delivery, and really pulled away by Toppin, and what a way to open his account. Is on to 4, the total 25 for 1 at the end of the 6th over, bowled by Caden Francis. That certainly was a masterful stroke played by Toppin, one of the better strokes that we have seen in this tournament. It was short, it sat up, asked to be hit, and he really gave it the full treatment, hammering it through mid-wicket. And it rushed to the boundary in a flash. It's what can be described as not a man-moved stroke. Not a man moved. It was really thumped to the boundary by Toppin. The 7th over is being bowled by Challenger from the far end, the southern end, the Lozak Road end, or the police station end. We do not see any cruise ship out in the harbor today. Seemingly there is no cruise ship in today. Usually the cruise ships can be seen from our vantage point. They are quite visible at the top of the stadium, at the top of the stands, at a sort of extra cover position. If you are looking from the southern end, the right-hander on strike, another wide delivery by Kasim Challenger. Too wide outside the line of leg stump and signaled wide by umpire Carl Tuckett quite fittingly. The total advances by 1 to 25. With Tailenders Francis on 13 and Zavik Toppin, who opened his account with a masterful pull through mid-wicket for 4 on 4. And here is Francis driving through cover for 4. A wonderful stroke, pitched up outside the line of off stump, and there was Francis, Tailenders Francis, putting the left foot out and driving it all along the ground into the cover boundary for 4. The fielder at cover point could only trot out to retrieve. That's Kunal Tilokani. 4 runs to Francis, Tailenders Francis. That takes him on to 17. And the total 29. 29. Here we see another wonderful stroke pitched up on about middle and off. And Francis, Tailenders Francis, who is in good touch here and seems to be in full flow, driving through extra cover for 4 more. There was challenger over pitching right up in the slot, and Francis accepting the invitation to drive and driving through extra cover for 4. That takes him into the 20s, and the 21 he is, and the Antiguan total 33 for 1. Played away towards mid-wicket and well fielded by Sachin Saunders, but a quick single taken by the batsman, and the total advances to 34, with Tailenders Francis advancing to 22, and Zavik Toppin now coming on strike on 4. Challenger would want to adjust his line and not overpitch too much to these batsmen. They seem to be very strong on the drives. And he bowls him. Very good line, very good length, well pitched up. And there was Toppin looking for the drive. Thick inside edge onto the stumps. Toppin not pushing fully out, not pushing that left front foot out to the pitch of the delivery. Delivery that was bang on target, very much in line with middle and leg. Toppin looking for that drive, and it took a thick inside edge and cannoned into the stumps. It means that Antigua, they have lost their second wicket with a total of 34. Toppin going bowled by Kasim Challenger for only 4. Well played boundary, but that stroke in which he was dismissed was not a good stroke at all. He was not to the pitch of the delivery. He was not pushing out. He was not pushing forward. Not fully in line with that delivery. And he got a thick inside edge onto the stumps and bowled by Challenger for 4. So in the 7th over, the Antiguans lose wicket number 2. They are 34 for 2 with Tailenders Francis in full flow, batting well on 22. The new batsman for Antigua, he wears number 23. So the batsman who has replaced Toppin wears number 23. We are going to get his name for you in a moment. And number 23 is Zanden Hobson. So Zanden Hobson has replaced Zavik Toppin, and he has joined Tailenders Francis. So they would be looking to build a good partnership here for Antigua, Hobson and Francis. And Francis, I am pretty sure, will be hoping that Hobson would lend him some good support and would remain there as long as possible, that they can build a good partnership. We are into the 8th over. 7 overs have already been completed. We are in over number 8. Being bowled by Caden Francis. Caden Francis opened the bowling for St. Kitts from the northern or media center end, and he continues to Tailenders Francis. Played out towards deep gully. Again, a repetition of the play from the previous delivery. Delivery pitched up on about off stump, slightly outside the line of off stump. Francis forward, opening the face of the bat and steering it to deep gully. Doesn't score. Francis is a bit wide outside the line of off stump on this occasion. He would want to continue to force Francis to play to induce fall stroke. Try to find the outside edge. There's a slip waiting, deep gully waiting. And Francis is correctly forward, showing Zavik Toppin what he should have done. Pushing the left foot forward, head over the ball, eyes on the ball, both eyes on the ball, and a nice cocked, angled bat. Pushed it out onto the offside. A very correct looking defensive stroke. And here we see a lovely square drive, backward a point into the boundary for 4. So there was Francis, Caden Francis, over pitching and Toppin with consummate ease and superb timing, just playing it backward of square, that's backward a point, into the boundary for 4. Another lovely stroke by Tailenders Francis. He looks a touch player, and that takes him on to 26, the Antiguan total 38. So that certainly was a sublime stroke. Well played, pitched up outside the line of the off stump, not trying to hit it too hard, not trying to overhit it, but timing it well and angling the bat and bisecting the gap between gully and backward point into the boundary for 4. And here we see him nicely in defense with a better line delivery, final delivery of that over by Francis. That brings up the end of the over. At the end of it, Tailenders Francis, the wicketkeeper batsman, the Antigua wicketkeeper batsman, batting well on 26. His partner, Zanden Hobson, yet to score, yet to get off the mark. The total 38 for 2. Challenger sats over number 9, and he beats Hobson outside the line of the off stump. Francis calls him down for a mid-pitch conference. So the delivery that was somewhat short outside the line of off stump, and Hobson not getting fully across, playing with the bat a bit far away from the body, not getting back and across. And Francis recognizing the flaw. A loud appeal, and it's a bit sustained by the Kittitians, but in the opinion of umpire Tuckett, it probably would have been missing leg stump. So probably, in the umpire's opinion, it could have been sliding down leg side, but it was not a good stroke by Hobson. Hobson would want to be a little bit more technically correct in his approach, probably pushing out some more, getting more onto the front foot, and looking at the delivery more onto the bat, as we see Challenger straying outside the line of his leg stump. Challenger straying outside the line of the leg stump of Hobson. Hobson playing a sort of half-hearted glance and going through to be taken by Richards. The Challenger would want to maintain that good line. He has two slips in the captain Drew at first slip. Here we see him struck on the pad. A stifled appeal by the Kittians once again, but Francis, recognizing that the possibility was there for a leg bye, called Hobson quickly through for a leg bye, and that takes the total on to 38. So for Francis, the Kittians have dispensed off the second slip. So the captain Drew is the lone slipper. He's the lone fielder at first slip. And they now have a cover and extra cover. Nice looking on drive by Francis all along the floor, out towards long on, into the boundary for 4. Again, Challenger pitching up. And Francis not trying to hit the leather of the ball, just sublime timing, pushing forward and getting it off the meat of the bat, and it traveled all along the floor, out towards long on, into the boundary for 4. Another lovely stroke by this young player, Tailenders Francis, and the Antiguan total are moving on to 44 in over number 9, being bowled by the left-handed Kasim Challenger. Francis moves into the 30s. He has really looked good here today, and we are probably seeing the best of him. He has probably saved the best for last. He has really played some superb strokes in this innings. So a square drive backward of point in the last over, and that certainly was a superb stroke. Again, another wonderfully played on drive. The on drive, not one of the easy strokes to play in the game of cricket, but he had it perfectly played and well placed, very close to the stumps at the far end, as he calls Hobson through for a quick single. The total advances by 1 to 45, with Francis going on to 31. And Hobson is yet to score at the end of 9 overs. It's 45. So at 45 for 2 from 9 overs, it means that the Antiguans are scoring at exactly 5 runs per over. Over number 10 will be bowled by Caden Francis. And looking at the field for Francis, he has slips, wicketkeeper standing back, slip, third man, deep gully, backward point, short extra cover, mid-off. And the captain Drew is at mid-on. A short mid-wicket straight, and a man on the long leg boundary. No, correction, Drew is not at mid-on. Drew is at slip. So Drew is a lone slipper. And there is Francis getting on top of a shortish delivery, and with an angled bat, guiding it to deep gully. where there is no addition to the total. So we remind you that you are viewing and / listening to live streaming of the Leeward Islands men's under 19 finals being played here at Warner Park. Very wide delivery by Francis and a big slash by Tailenders Francis. Not anywhere near that delivery, very far outside the line of the off stump. Signaled wide by umpire Troy Mills. So that takes the total up to 46. Francis would want to maintain his cool. He'd want to maintain his calm, keep a cool head, and bat on for as long as possible for Antigua as he picks up the line of that delivery very well and lifts the bat and allows it through to wicketkeeper Roberts. The competition players are cheering on Caden Francis. Francis, not express pace, not express fast, but nonetheless, he does generate a fair amount of pace, and he bowls a very good delivery. A delivery that is well lined with middle and leg. And Francis is cool as a cucumber, a very cool customer. A very well-angled bat pushes out towards short extra cover. And there is no run. Again, Francis is a bit wide outside the line of the right-hander's off stump. Francis to Francis. The bowler is Caden Francis. The opening batsman, the Antiguan opening batsman, wicketkeeper batsman is Tailenders Francis. It's Francis to Francis. Francis is bowling to his namesake in terms of surname or last name. A bit offline, a bit wideish. And Tailenders Francis didn't have to play. See Caden Francis not having his rhythm right, not having his momentum as he would have liked. Probably didn't feel that he was comfortable with that run. Aborted the run and a dead ball signaled by umpire Troy Mills. Again, Tailenders Francis very correct in this defense of the final delivery of over number 10. Pushed out towards mid-off. That brings up the end of the over. At the end of it, the Antigua wicketkeeper batsman, Tailenders Francis, not out in 31 with some wonderful strokes. Zandon Hobson, who replaced Roberts, is yet to score. He's yet to open his account. He has the number 23 inscribed on his jersey. And the total is 2 for 46 in over number 11. In over number 11 is 46 for 2. Antigua batting first here at Warner Park in the finals of the Leeward Islands Under-19 tournament. 50 overs aside, a bit wide outside the line of off stump from challenger. Hobson looking to drive. Nowhere near it. Nowhere near that delivery. Left foot not to the pitch, the bat far from the body, and taken behind by Richards. Stifled appeal by the Kititians. And again, Hobson is beaten outside the line of the off stump. Pushing forward and just going past the outside edge. takes a little walk away to the left, over onto the eastern side, the strip on the eastern side, recognizing that he is not getting his technique right. He's not getting into position, and he is looking to drive. And is he out caught at the wicket? No, apparently it was bat hitting the ground, but no outside edge found. Tailenders Hobson does not seem to be composed at the crease. He doesn't seem to be confident at all, and that probably should be a good time for Francis to call him down and calm him down, have a conversation with him and ask him to just remain calm, keep a cool head, concentrate, focus. And here he is playing a much better stroke, getting onto the front foot and working it forward of square on the onside, out towards forward square, where he picked up a comfortable single. Batting is concentration. You have to concentrate. You have to stay focused. You have to remain calm. The bowler may bowl good deliveries, and the bowlers bowl good deliveries, you respect them. They bowl bad deliveries, you punish them, make them pay. Here we see a lovely drive and a brilliant save by Tilokani, diving away to his left, and he gets a high five from one of his teammates. A very good save. It's a good drive, pitched up outside the line of the off stump, and there was Tailenders Francis again into the cover drive. And had Tilokani not stopped it, it would have ran very, very close to the boundary. Probably at least 2 runs saved there, if not 3. Challenger a bit too wide outside the line of the off stump. Very fortunate not to have been called wide. That brings up the end of over number 11. At the end of it, Tailenders Francis is 32. Tailenders Hobson has just opened his account. He's on 1, and the total 48 for 2 here at Warner Park. The Leeward Islands men's under-19 finals, 50 overs encounter, 50 overs per side. The third place playoff is being played at the Connery Ground between Nevis and St. Maarten. And seemingly the Kittians are about to introduce the main trump card, the right arm off spinner, Kunal Tilokani. Coming into the attack from the northern end. The spin being introduced into the attack for the first time. The Kittians so far have used their 2 opening fast bowlers in Caden Francis from the northern end, right arm medium fast, and the left arm medium fast Kasim Challenger from the far end. Tilokani starts with a well tossed up delivery outside the line of off stump. Tailenders Francis driving out towards cover. The fielder at square cover, diving away to his left, making the save, making a very good stop. Prevented what could have been a boundary. Tilokani straight away, right away, bang on target, attacking the stumps and forcing Francis to play at every delivery so far. Third delivery again pushed out onto the offside. And he is caught at slip. Well caught at slip. A delivery tossed up on about middle and off, and there was Francis pushing forward. The outside edge found, and a very comfortable regulation catch taken by the Kittian captain, DeAndre Drew. It brings the end of Tailenders Francis for 32. The Antiguans lose wicket number 3 with a total on 48. So as we have seen throughout this tournament, Kunal Tilokani, he has that knack for taking wickets, and he continues to break partnerships here for St. Kitts, breaking the partnership between Xander Hobson and Tailenders Francis. Francis going for 32, pushing forward tentatively, not really getting to the pitch of that delivery and covering the flight and line of that delivery, edging to first slip. The lone slipper in the captain, DeAndre Drew, comfortable catch taken, and Tailenders Francis goes for 32. Antigua losing wicket number 3 with a total on 48. And that brings to the middle the Antiguan captain, Matthew Miller. Tilokani again, right arm, off spin. Again, on target. So a very good opening over there by Kunal Tilokani. A successful over. An over in which he conceded no run. So he starts with a maiden. Again, tight like 10 nails. Very economical. Good testing over, challenging the stumps of the Antiguan batsmen and forcing them to play of every delivery bowled in that over. So Tilokani has good control, very, very good control for an off-spinner. A player with quite a lot of promise, a very talented player with both bat and ball. A very good fielder as well. He's a very good all-round player for St. Kitts. And with that sort of talent, the Kittitian management team and coaching staff would want to take very good care of this young player. He seems to have a future ahead of him that is as bright as daylight. They have introduced Bergen from the far end. So the Kittitians have made a second change. Bergen right arm off spin from the far end. The Antiguans are closing in on their half century. They are 48 for 3. Their cause for concern at this stage would be the wickets column, as Bergen is flighting outside the line of off stump, and Hobson tentatively pushing forward. A good start so far by Bergen. Very much on target. This one, and is he going to be caught? Yes, he is. A comfortable catch for the fielder at short cover. A delivery that was pitched up slightly outside the line of off stump. And there was Hobson backing away and looking to play it through the offside. He did not control the stroke, did not keep it down, played it in the air, and a comfortable catch to the fielder at cover. The Antiguans lose wicket number 4 with a total on 48. The Antiguans are very much in a spot of bother here as they lose wickets at regular intervals and the score not advancing by much by any means. So they would want to be very careful. They would be looking for the captain Miller and the new batsman to build up a partnership for them so that they can set a decent score, a challenging total for St. Kitts to chase. But if they continue batting the way in which they are at this point, it means that St. Kitts may not have too many runs to chase for victory. The Antiguans would want to put a good partnership together for wicket number 5. The new batsman has the number 18 on his shirt. He has the number 18 on his jersey. And he is Vonde Bowers. So Bowers has come into the Antigua team for the final game. He didn't play in the preliminary games. The earlier games we did not see Bowers. So he has come in to this game, into the finals, of course. This one is played away by Roberts out towards mid-wicket. Fielder on the mid-wicket boundary comes off the boundary and fields. And one more to the Antiguan captain, Matthew Miller, that takes him off the mark. He's on 1. And the Antiguan total advances by 1 to 49. Tilokani in his second over bowls slightly wide outside the line of the off stump. Bowers was shaping to play a big explosive drive, but pulled out of the stroke at the last minute. Tilokani is on line with Midland leg, and Bowers is driving up towards wide mid-off. There is Bowers again, backing away and looking to pierce the offside field, looking to play a powerful stroke, sort of back drive through the offside. There he is, opening the face of the bat and playing towards short third man. It's Sachin Saunders moving to his left from backward point. The Kittitians have decided to strengthen the slip cordon. They have employed a second slip. And this one is pulled through mid-wicket along the ground. The fielder on the mid-wicket boundary comes off the boundary to field. And 1 to Bowers is off the mark. And the 50 has come up. The Antiguan 50 has come up. 50 coming up for Antigua. With Bowers getting off the mark on 1, and his captain Matthew Miller also on 1. And this one is hit hard and high. Does it have enough to go into the boundary? One bounce into the boundary for 4. So there was Bergen tossing up to Bowers, and Bowers stepping out of his crease and lofting it hard and high over wide long on into the boundary. One bounce for 4. That takes him on to 5, the total 55 for 4. And here he is again hitting hard to the right of short extra cover into the boundary for 4. So Bowers seemed to be on the attack here for Antigua, a very small man. Nonetheless, he's taking the fight to Bergen and has struck him for 2 successive 4s. 2 consecutive 4s, the total quickly advancing to 59. And that has caused the Kittians to make field adjustments. They have now put in a mid-on, wide-ish, and there is Bowers defending back up the track on the onside. So they have strengthened the offside field. 2 slips, crouching, waiting. And there is Bowers swinging that to backward square for 4 more. So Bowers is in a no-nonsense mood, and he has decided that anything that is offline will be punished. And there was Bergen pitching outside the line of leg stump, and Bowers saying thank you very much, and just helped it towards a deep backward square into the boundary for 4. So 3 4s so far off this over. The Antiguans have quickly rushed into the 60s with a total advancing to 63. Bowers with some 3 4s so far. And here he is looking to drive outside the line of off stump beaten. And Bowers quickly has pushed on to 13. The Kittians have quickly dispensed off the second slip and a more well-spread field. There we see Bowers driving to the right of shot extra cover to bring up the end of another over. At the end of it, Bowers is on 13. Miller is on 1. The Antiguans batting first after being asked to bat first by St. Kitts. St. Kitts winning the toss and inviting Antigua to have first strike. At the end of that over, it's 65 for 4 Antigua. We now have a drinks break. The players have made their way off the field for the first drinks break of this game. The Leeward Islands Cricket Board's under 19 men's cricket finals being played here at Warner Park in Bastia, St. Kitts. So all the players, the 2 Antiguan batsmen, Bowers and Miller, the captain, as well as all the Kittitian fielders, are making their way off the field for the first drinks break. So while they have a drinks break, we are going to have our drinks break as well until we resume after the break. Welcome back to Warner Park. The resumption of play after the first drinks break. Antigua batting first here at Warner Park in the men's finals of the Leeward Islands Cricket Board's Under 19 Super 50 or 50 over tournament. We have glorious sunshine here at Warner Park. Brilliant sunshine as we have had throughout the tournament for all the games. Today's game being the only game affected by rain. Overnight and early morning showers prevented a prompt start at 10. We had a 45-minute delay. Rather than a 10 o'clock start, we had a start of 10:45 at about 10:45, with some 45 minutes or so being lost in the morning's play. Nonetheless, we are at the point of the year where the days are long, and we also have the luxury of having lights here at Warner Park. So we have long days, and the 45 minutes lost should not affect the game in any big way at all. The end of the first over, after the drinks break, bowled by Tilokani, another very containing over, a maiden over. No one conceded. Bowers remains not out on 13. Matthew Miller not out on 1. And the Antiguans 63 for 4. So they have lost 4 wickets so far. The top scorer has been Tailenders Francis, the Antiguan wicketkeeper batsman, who scored 34 with some superb boundaries. He's very strong on the drives and the cuts. We have a partnership developing here between Bowers and Miller. Bowers has taken the attack to Bergen. So we would wait to see how Vonde Bowers would continue. Miller is having a word with him. And he lofts this one hard and high, and it goes over the boundary for 6. So this young man, Vonde Bowers, appears to be a mystery player. He is very small in stature. And one would be wondering, how could such a small man hit such a big 6? He lofted it hard and high over the wide long on, where is stationed Sachin Saunders, and over the boundary for a maximum, which is the first maximum of the Antiguan innings, taking the total on to 69, and Bowers on to 19. So Bowers is showing that he has the ability to put away bad balls, and again he's hitting out towards wide long on, with Sachin Saunders coming off the boundary to field one more to Bowers. Is into the 20s very quickly. He's on to 20, and the Antiguan total 70 for 4. So it's a good counter attack here by the young Bowers. He's now at the non-striker's end as he looks at the left-arm orthodox spinner coming in from the far end, bowling between the umpire and the stumps. He's bowling between the umpire, Tuckett, and the stumps, and bowling to the Antiguan captain, Matthew Miller. He doesn't quite have his rhythm right. didn't quite have the momentum right and aborted his run. It was outside the line of the off stump, and there was Miller flashing, looking to crash it through the offside. Outside edge found, and the catch dropped by the Kittian captain, DeAndre Drew. So live for Miller on one. The total 70 for 4 as Miller pushes forward very circumspectly. Back down the track on the offside. That brings up the end of another over. At the end of it, Miller is on 1. The Antiguan captain, Matthew Miller, is 1. And his partner, the young Van de Bowers, is on 20. He has struck some 3 4s and a maximum, and 1 6 so far. So one would be very watchful, and we would wait to see his approach to Tilokani. Tilokani has a 5-4 field, 5 on the on and 5 on the off. And here he is laying back and really banging that up towards wide mid-off, with Bergen moving to his left to field. So there's a slip, there's a backward point, there is a cover, a short extra cover, and a deep mid-off. On the onside, there's a short backward square, deep mid-wicket, short straight mid-wicket, and a wide mid-on. And Bowers is defending. And this one is pulled away backward of square into the boundary for 4. A bad delivery, badly lined by Tilokani, and Bowers making no mistake, getting back into his crease and tucking it off the legs in a flourish, with a great flourish out towards backward square into the boundary for 4. So he quickly rushes on to 24, and the total 74 for 4 with the captain. And this one is heaved again out towards backward square into the boundary for yet another 4. My goodness, this young man is really attacking the Kittian bowlers. Tilokani was just slightly offline, and Bowers was into his wicket, and he heaved it over backward square into the boundary for 4 more. He quickly pushes on to 28, and the total 78 for 4. The Antiguan captain is having a word with Bowers. And here is Bowers again. Is he going to be caught? Yes, he is. So he is caught at deep mid wicket. Again, looking to go aerial and not keeping it down, playing it in the air. And once you play it in the air, there's every chance that you can be caught. And the fielder at mid-wicket came in to his left, settled under it, was slightly down on 1 foot, and came up with a comfortable catch in the end. Seemingly the catch taken by Caden Francis coming off the deep mid-wicket boundary. The Bowers going for a swashbuckling 28, and the total 78 for 5. I guess the Captain Miller probably would have been saying to Bowers to calm down. You have had a number of boundaries so far. Let's keep on batting on, and let's build a partnership here for Antigua. But he continued in his own merry way and held out at mid-wicket. Antigua losing wicket number 5 with a total on 78. Bowers going for we are going to have his score confirmed in a while. He struck 1-6 and some 4-4s in his innings. A new over is coming from the southern or Lozak Road end. And it's being bowled by the left arm orthodox spinner. And this one is hit straight out towards long off. One bounce into the boundary for 4 by Miller. That takes Miller onto the scoreboard. Is going to post his score in a short while. That would take the Antigua total into the 80s on 82. Yes, 82 for 5. With Miller going up by 4-5. And the new batsman, whose name we will tell you in a short while. And Miller is caught at short mid-wicket. A very bad stroke indeed. A delivery that was tossed up by Bergen, and there was Miller getting inside of his wicket and looking to pull through the onside, not playing it on the ground, not keeping it down, and holding out to Tilokani there at short mid-wicket. A very comfortable catch well taken, two-handed by Tilokani. It means that Miller goes for 5. The Antiguans lose wicket number 6 with a total on 82. And the Antiguans are now in all sorts of bother, in a big spot of bother, huge spot of bother, Antigua. So it means that there are 2 new batsmen at the crease, whose names we are going to give you just about now. It's Tayari Tong with the number 7. So Tayari Tong is at the non-striker's end, and the new batsman who has just joined him is, the name will come up shortly, and it's Bergen who continues from the far end. He has the number Kitishans are sitting high and dry in the ascendancy at this stage. The player with the number 89 on his jersey is Tazio Watson. Tazio Watson has joined Tayari Tong. They are having a mid-pitch conference now at the end of that over. Both batsmen are yet to score. Antigua 82 for 6. After being invited to have first strike here by St. Kitts. in the finals of the Leeward Islands Cricket Board's male under 19 Super 50 or 50 overs per side tournament. The third place playoff is being played at the Connery Cricket Ground, very close to the Ariel Bradshaw International Airport and the airport roundabout there. And St. Maarten, they have not played well in this tournament, so it would be a huge upset should St. Maarten defeat Nevis. But nonetheless, we all know that cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. Cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. So anything can happen in a cricket game. Tilokani continues from the northern or media center end, bowling to Tong. And this one is played away out towards squarish third man, and it's going to be pulled back just inside the boundary by Saunders, who sends a strong, good return to wicketkeeper Richards. The batsmen complete 2. Tong is off the mark, and the total advances by 2 to 84. 84 for 6. So the wickets column is of the major concern. That is the big concern to the Antiguans. They have lost wickets at regular intervals. They have lost wickets very steadily. Here we see a lovely looking cover drive, but well fielded by the fielder, diving away to his left. And the batsman, Tong, doesn't score. A very good bit of fielding there by LaShawn Bergen, diving away to his left to prevent what could have been at least 2 runs had it gone past him. And this one is played in the air. It falls in no man's land. Very bad stroke there by the new Antiguan batsman. Not playing it well at all, not keeping that stroke down. And if it had a bit more power, it probably would have gone to the hands of the fielder at deep mid-off. There is Tong playing outside the line of the off stump and missing. The total advance by 1 to 85. It's 85 for 6. Tong on 2. A no ball signal by umpire Tuckett. Bergen apparently overstepping the front crease. And it's a free hit to Antigua. Tayari Tong is on 2, Tazia Watson is on 1, and the bowler operating from the southern or Lozak Road end is Edwards. I've been mixing up Edwards with Bergen. It's Javid Edwards, actually. So, my apologies. Javid Edwards, he has just completed his third over. 3 overs, no maiden, 13 runs, and 1 wicket. An economy rate of 4.33. Kunal Tilokani has bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, and he has picked up 2 for 12. The current run rate is 3.91. The projected score, should they continue scoring at 3.88, would be 194. And in the last 5 overs, they have scored 23 runs and lost 2 wickets. So Tilokani continues from the media center end, and there we see the batsman looking for a big drive through the outside. That's Watson looking for a big off drive, and Tilokani going past the outside edge. Another good delivery outside the line of off stump, and Watson leaving it alone, pulling the bat inside the line. Delivery well lined with middle and leg stump, and pushed out onto the offside by Watson. And a very good delivery by Tilokani to end the over, to end his 6th over. So we remind you that you are viewing and listening to the live streaming via Television Caribbean on channel 40, the cable in St. Kitts, and you can also pick up our broadcast on the Facebook page of the Leeward Islands Cricket Board. You're watching or viewing the live broadcast of this match, the finals of the Leeward Islands Under-19 men's 50 overs encounter between Antigua and St. Kitts here from Warner Park on the Leeward Islands Cricket Board's Facebook page and Television Caribbean channel 40 on the cable on St. Kitts and Television Caribbean YouTube channel. This one is struck in the air. It is played in the air, but the field challenger unable to get under it to bring off a catch. He's unable to make a catch of it. Probably a faster fielder who is much quicker across the turf, might have been able to get under it to make a catch of it. Javid Edwards is left arm orthodox spinner between the umpire and the stumps, bowling to Watson. The non-striker is Tayari Tong. So the Antiguans are in a great spot of bother, having lost some 6 wickets for 87 runs so far. They go through for a quick single off the outside edge of Watson's bat. This one is struck hard and high out towards wide, long off. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. So there was the left-handed Javid Edwards tossing up to Tayari Tong, and he just put that left foot forward and lifted it, lofted off drive over wide, long off, into the boundary, 1 bounce for 4. That takes the total on to 92. 92 for 6. And Tong would have increased his total by 4 to 7. Tazio Watson is the other not out batsman on 2. So at the end of that over, it's 92 for 6 Antigua after being invited to take first strike by St. Kitts, with St. Kitts winning the toss here at Warner Park. Tilokani continues the attack for St. Kitts from the media center or northern end. This one is played up towards mid-off, a misfield, and that allows the batsman to go through for a single. They will be exploring the possibility of a second run, and they do have that second run quite comfortably. So 2 runs to Watson. What should have been no run has turned out to be 2. A misfield there by the left arm spinner, Javid Edwards, not covering it well and allowing Watson to pick up 2 when there should have been none. The total advances by 2 to 94. 94 for 6. And this one is paddled away towards fine leg. There are some birds in the way, at least 5 birds down there. They look like pigeons. And seemingly this one is played powerfully up towards Javid Edwards at wide mid-off. This one peels off the outside edge towards third man. It's running out towards the third man boundary. They should complete at least 2, as they do now. Complete the second run. So 2 runs to Watson, coming off the outside edge, looking to play through the offside. Not covering it well, and getting an outside edge towards third man, with Saunders chasing back towards third man to pull it back just inside the boundary. About 2/3 of the way to the boundary. 2 more runs to Watson. He moves on to 8, and the Antiguans closing in on their first 100, closing in on the 100, 98 for 6, with Tong on 7. Edwards will continue from the southern end, and this one is struck hard and high. 1 bounce into the wide long off boundary by Tong, and that brings up the 100 for Antigua. The 100 comes up with Tong going on to 11, and the total now 102 for 6 Antigua. Batting first here at Warner Park, after they were invited to have first knock by St. Kitts, with St. Kitts winning the toss. You see, Richards making a slight adjustment, asking long off to go a bit straighter as opposed to wider. So rather than going wide to his left, he had asked him to go a bit straighter to his right. Javid is Edwards a bit wide outside the line of off stump. He has a slip in Drew. He has backward point, cover, short extra cover, and deep. He has a long off, right out on the boundary. And this one trickles out towards fine leg, and the batsman complete a single. Tong was looking to hit that through the offside, and it came off a thick inside edge and trickled past the leg stump towards fine leg for another single. That takes him on to 12, the total 103 for 6 Antigua. And that was a bad ball by Javid Edwards, played away towards straight mid wicket for 4. Full toss, straight on the bat, and Hobson said, "Thank you very much," and just placed it between wide long on in Sachin Saunders and the fielder at short mid wicket into the boundary for 4. That takes Watson on to 12. His partner Tayari Tong is also on 12, and the total advances at the end of the over to 107 for 6. So these two, Tong and Watson, will be looking to restore some respectability to the Antiguan total. They'll be looking to consolidate and try to build a challenging total here for St. Kitts to chase, because they really and truly do not have too many runs on the board at this time. They have lost more than half their wickets. They have lost 6 wickets. And the overs are speedily running out. They will have to restore some respectability to the score, the Antiguan score, and try to build a good partnership between Tong and Watson in order to be competitive in this game. Good faster delivery by Tilokani, well pitched up on off stump. Tong coming down hard on it, pushing forward. Another good delivery by Tilokani, pitching on about off and middle stump and turning back into the right-hander. So we can see Tilokani extracting some turn. This one outside the line of the off stump, going past the flashing blade of Tong into the gloves of wicketkeeper Richards. And there he is, holding out to Javid Edwards. Tong looking for the big drive, not playing it down, not keeping it down, playing it in the air, and a straightforward, comfortable catch to Javid Edwards at wide mid-off. So Tong goes for 12. The Antiguans lose yet another wicket with a total on 107. And they are in all sorts of tatters here. Huge spot of bother. And it will take extremely good batting by the remaining 3 Antiguan batsmen in order to get Antigua to any sort of respectable score that would pose much of a challenge to the Kittitians. So the Antiguans have not batted well here at Warner Park at all. their batting has fallen away big time, and we must give credit to the Kittian bowlers, especially Tilokani, who continues to take wickets here at Warner Park for St. Kitts. The Kittitians have kept it tight. They have adjusted their fields, adjusted the field accordingly, and had, for the most part, a well-spread field and placing fieldsmen in the right positions to pick up catches. And almost everything that has gone to hand, this one is played away out towards cover. Challenger pulls it back just inside the boundary, and the batsmen complete 2. That takes the total onto 1. Watson has gone on to 14. We will wait for the team score to be posted. It's now 109. We're looking at the scoreboard to our left, the manual scoreboard. 109. Watson on 14, 109 for 7. One more to the Antiguan total. It moves on to 110. Watson on 15. A new batsman with the number 40 on his jersey. We will tell you who he is in a while. The new batsman who replaced Tong is Jean-Baptiste. That's Jared Jean-Baptiste with the number 40 inscribed on his shirt. He's one of the Antiguan opening fast bowlers. He bowls right and bats left. He plays that one out towards deep mid-wicket. And the batsmen complete a single. At the end of the over, Baptiste has opened his account. He's on 1. His partner Watson, Tazio Watson, is on 15, and the total has advanced to 111 for 7. Antigua batting first here at Warner Park in the finals, the grand finale of the men's under-19 Super 50 or 50 overs a side encounter here at Warner Park, with Antigua and St. Kitts playing in the finals. There's a third place playoff at the Connery Cricket Ground, which is somewhat to the northeasterly direction. It's northeasterly direction from our position here at the media center in Warner Park. Yeah, no Antigua, Barbuda, men's under 19, 111 for 7. The batsman at the crease, Jared, Jean-Baptiste on 1, and Tazio Watson on 15. Watson has scored his 15 from 23 balls with 1-4. And he has a strike rate of 65.22. The Antiguans are scoring at 3.95 runs per over. In the last 5 overs, they have scored 26 runs and lost 1 wicket. The wicket of Tong, Tayari Tong. And they have a projected score of 197 should they continue scoring at 3.93. There is Jared laying back and playing a nice looking stroke out towards point, slightly back of the point. Looking this one is nicely turned off the legs. Is he going to be run out? Yes, he is. And again, hesitation between the two batsmen. The single was on. The batsman Watson hesitated, and as a result, he paid the ultimate price of losing his wicket, run out. So Antigua, they lose wicket number 8 with a total on 112. So that's the type of error, the sort of blunder that we continue to see with these young batsmen. The inability to judge a single right, to judge the single correctly. The single is usually on, and it's on if you're going to run straight through for the single as opposed to stuttering, starting, stopping, and not running right through. You have to run right through in order to complete the single quickly. If you do not do that, you are going to pay the price. And that is just what happened to Watson. Stuttering and not running through as quickly as he should have, because the single was on. Single was on. He lost his wicket as a result of the hesitation between the two batsmen in the middle. It means that the Antiguans have lost wicket number 8 in over number 29 of the 5th delivery of the 29th over. Watson run out. And that brings Mikeli Tong, the Antiguan opening fast bowler. So the two opening fast bowlers of Antigua are now at the middle. Jean-Baptiste on 1. Mikeli Tong just joining him, yet to score. And Tilokani in his 9th over, 8.5 overs, 4 maidens, 19 runs, 3 wickets. So our young cricketers have to learn that if you're going to take a single, you're going to make a decision to take a single, you have got to run through quickly, straight away, without any hesitation, in order to complete that single safely. They probably would need to look at some old videos with the former West Indies opening pair, Desmond Leo Haynes and Gordon Cuthbert Greenwich. They're probably two of the best runners between the wickets for the West Indies, especially the opening pair. Those two gentlemen had such good communication between them. It was just a wink, and whenever a single was on, it was on. Seldom had Greenwich or Haynes getting run out in Test cricket. Seldom. We may find very few of those in any research done on the partnership between Desmond Haynes and Gordon Greenwich. This one is hit hard and high, over, wide, long on, into the stands for a majestic 6 by the left-handed Jean-Baptiste. So Jean-Baptiste has decided that he has nothing to lose and he's not holding back. That one was tossed up by Javed Edwards, and he was into it. He launched into that huge, lofted on drive, high in the air and well over the head of wide long on into the stands for a maximum. And that takes Jean-Baptiste on to 9. The total has advanced to 118 for 8 in over number 30. So we are in the 30th over. The first delivery of over number 30 struck hard and high by Jean-Baptiste for a big 6 of the bowling of Javed Edwards. In the meantime, we can look at the scorecard of Antigua, Barbuda. We have seen a frequent procession of batsmen to and from the crease. Not too many standout partnerships at all in the Antiguan innings. Tailenders Francis, the wicketkeeper batsman, the wicketkeeper and opening batsman, he was caught by Ewet Richards of Kunal Tilokani for 32 or 47 balls with 6 fours, 6 wonderful fours. He batted for 59 minutes. Hosea Roberts was caught. Elijah Lewis of Caden Francis for 4, 17 deliveries, 28 minutes of batting. Zavik Thompson struck 1 majestic 4 through mid-wicket, and that was all he registered. That was all he put on the scorecard. That 1-4, 1 scoring stroke, and he batted for 6 minutes. Is he going to be caught? It's hard and high in the air, and it's thrown over the rope for 6 runs. So again, lofted hard and high in the air by Jared Jean-Baptiste. The fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary moved to his right, settled under it. It fell into his hands, but he was unable to control it. He was unable to hold on to it. And as a result, it fell out of his hands over the rope for 6 more runs to Jared Jean-Baptiste. And that takes the total on to 124 for 8 in over number 30. So we are into the 30th over, being bowled by Jared. And this one is played away out towards extra cover. It seems to have the momentum to go into the boundary, but it's pulled back just inside the boundary by Sachin Saunders. A very good bit of fielding, being applauded by his teammates. And Jared Jean-Baptiste picked up 2 runs. That would take him on to 15 with 2 massive 6s, and the total at the 126 for 8. The 5th delivery of over number 30. Zavik Toppin was bowled by Kasim Tailenders for 4, 1 scoring stroke. Final delivery played out onto the offside by Jean-Baptiste. No score. Over number 30 comes to an end. It's 126 for 8. Zandon Hobson was caught by Xavier Henry of the bowling of Larch and Bergen for 1. Matthew Miller caught by Kunal Tilokani, well caught too, of the bowling of Javed Edwards for 5. 16 balls, 1-4, 25 minutes of batting. Von de Boers launched a counter-attack against the Kittian bowlers, and he batted for 18 minutes, faced 20 deliveries, and scored a swashbuckling 28 in quick time with some 5 fours and 1 maximum. 5 fours and 1 6. Tongue was caught by Javid Edwards of Kunal Tilokani for 12, and he faced 27 deliveries. He batted for 23 minutes and struck 2 fours. Tazio Watson was run out by Sachin Saunders and the wicketkeeper Ewett Williams. So that's Sachin Saunders throwing to Ewett Williams, who broke the stumps. The two batsmen, Watson and Baptiste, hesitating, and Watson being caught well short of his ground. Then Jared Baptiste is not out on 15. Michaeli Tong has joined him. He's on 1. There are 10 extras consisting of 7 wides, 2 no balls, and 1 leg by. You see a single to Jared Jean-Baptiste down towards fine leg, fielded by Saunders, and that takes the total onto 128 for 8 in over number 31. Fourth delivery of over number 31 coming up. The current run rate is 4.2. A projected score of 210 should they continue scoring at 4.20. The bowling figures for the Kittian bowlers so far. Caden Francis, 6 overs, no maiden, 22 runs, 1 wicket. He had a decent spell, an economy rate of 3.67. He bowled 1 no ball and 2 wides, 28 dot balls. 3 fours were struck off his bowling. And there we see Michaeli Tong looking to heave over mid-wicket, taking on the pad, going down the leg side. Over number 31 comes to an end. At the end of it, Jared Jean-Baptiste is 16 of 15 deliveries with two sixes. And Michaeli Tong is on 1, having faced 5 deliveries. Kasim Challenger had 6 overs, no maiden, 26 runs, and he picked up 1 wicket. Kunal Tilokani, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 21 runs, 3 wickets. Tilokani continues to show his worth here for the Kittitians. Very economical, quite tight indeed, tight like 10 nails, and not giving away anything to the Antiguan batsmen. And we see a change in bowling from the southern or Lozak Road end, with Francis being brought back into the attack. As you see a nice looking stroke by the left-handed Jean-Baptiste, played out towards backward point. A good diving save by the Kittitian fielder at forward square. That's square cover. Diving away to his right. Francis is a bit too wide outside the line of the off stump, and he doesn't force Baptiste to play. Kasim Challenger, 6 overs, no maiden, 26 runs, 1 wicket. And interestingly, each bowler used by St. Kitts so far has picked up a wicket. So all the Kittitian bowlers have reaped success. The most successful being Tilokani, 3 for 21 from 10 overs with 4 maidens. 50 dot balls, 2 fours struck off his bowling. He's bowled 1 wide. Bergan, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 12 runs, 1 wicket. 9 dot balls, 3 fours. And Javid Edwards, 7 overs, no maiden. He has been the most expensive of the Kittitian bowlers. 46 runs, 1 wicket. So each bowler has picked up at least one wicket for St. Kitts, with Tilokani picking up 3 for 21 of his 10 overs. So he has bowled his full allotment of 10, 4 maidens, 21 runs, 3 wickets. Tilokani, another excellent spell by the young right-handed off spinner. Francis has come back in for his second spell. He is into his 7th over. He began at the northern or media center end, and his second spell is from the far end, southern or Lozak Road end. He's bowling to the left-handed Jared Jean-Baptiste, who's looking to drive through the offside, but unable to beat Sachin Saunders diving away to his right. And that brings up the end of over number 32. At the end of the 32nd over, Jared Jean-Baptiste is on 16, Michele Tong is on 1, Antigua in a spot of bother, in a deep spot of bother, 128 for 8. The Antiguans are really struggling here, struggling to put runs on the board to challenge St. Kitts. St. Kitts with a very decent batting order. They have some solid batsmen at the top of the order, especially the captain Drew. It's shown that he is a very steady batsman, and a batsman who has the ability to stay there and score runs for St. Kitts. Bergen has been switched, and this one is hit hard and high. Is it going to clear the boundary? One bounce just inside of the boundary, and it's pulled back just inside the boundary, and the batsman complete a single. So it's 1 run to Tong. The total 129 for 8. We are into over number 33, being bowled by Larson Bergen, with number 6 inscribed on his jersey. He's bowling right arm, off spin, from the northern or media center end. So we haven't seen too much of a crowd coming in to view these games, and there we see Jean-Baptiste laying back and looking to play through the offside. Bergen slightly outside the line of off stump and beating Baptiste on that offside drive. It's going past the outside edge of the bat. Baptiste is coming forward and playing it to a short third man position. Fielder at backward point, moving to his right. And Baptiste shapes pretty good as a left-hander. He seems to know quite a bit about batting. Seems to know what he's about. Head well over the ball, right front foot stretched out and covering the line of the delivery at the end of over number 33. 33 overs completed. Antigua being invited to bat first by St. Kitts, 129 for 8. Their current run rate is 3.91. projected score 196. In the last 5 overs, they have lost 1 wicket and scored 18 runs at 3.6 runs per over. Jared Jean-Baptiste remains not out on 16 of 25 deliveries with 2 fours, 2 sixes. So he has struck 2 sixes, 2 maximums. He has not yet struck a 4. Michele Tong is not out with him on 2. Francis will continue from the southern or Lozac Road end. He bowls to Tong, who looks quite a good picture as he gets onto the front foot and pushes out towards short extra cover, where it is fielded by Bergen. It's just about 1 p.m. here in Bastia, St. Kitts. 1 p.m. on the dot. And you are viewing Leeward Islands men's under 19, the Leeward Islands men's under 19 cricket finals in the 50 overs aside tournament being played in Bastia, St. Kitts. So wherever you are, we bid you a very happy Easter Sunday. And he is out, caught and bowled. A delivery pitched up, and there was the right-handed Tong tentatively pushing forward, not getting over the delivery and playing it into the turf. He pushed it straight back to Caden Francis, who just stretched out the left hand and plucked it out of the air quite comfortably. So a very good return catch taken there by Caden Francis, one-handed, brings the end of Tayari Tong, or Michele Tong. Tong goes for 2, and the Antiguans in dire straits at 129 for 3, 129 for 9 in the 33rd over. In over number 34, actually, the third delivery of the 34th over. So 33 and a half overs completed. That's 33.3 overs. And Antigua in lots of trouble at 129 for 9. The last batsman coming out, Ozan Williams. Last batsman going out to join Ozan Williams. Or Ozan Williams going out to join Jared Jean-Baptiste. And this one is picked up and played out towards long leg in the air, but one bounce to the fielder on the long leg boundary, and one will run to Williams to get him off the mark, and the total 130 for 9. Caden Francis has picked up his second wicket. He is into his 8th over. 7.5 overs, 1 bid, 23 runs, 2 wickets. Final legal delivery, the last legal delivery of his 8th over, now bowled and turned away neatly, nicely off the legs, out towards deep backward square. And the fielder on the backward square boundary comes off the boundary, fields cleanly, and one more to Baptiste, Jean-Baptiste. That takes him on to 17, and the total at the end of 34 overs, 131 for 9. This one is played out towards wide long off. Single to Baptiste, Jean-Baptiste. He moves on to 18. The Kittians are continuing with Larshon Bergen from the northern or media center end with the number 6 inscribed on his shirt. He's bowling right arm off spin. He bowls a very good delivery to Williams, delivery that touched down on about off stump or just slightly outside off and turning back into the right-hander. This one slightly outside off stump again. And there is Williams looking to chop, but can't beat Tilokani to his left. Tilokani at short extra cover. There is a sweeper on the boundary. Cover, sweeping, backward point, Sachin. There is a cut by Williams out towards forward square. Short, outside the line of off stump and turning back in. Williams was on top of it and cut it to the right of Saunders. He has switched his line of attack from over to around the wicket to the left-handed Baptiste, Jean-Baptiste. A surname that is pretty common throughout the Windward Islands, especially in St. Lucia, Dominica. St. Lucia and Dominica in particular. You would get a more Baptiste in Grenada and St. Vincent as opposed to Jean-Baptiste. That brings up the end of another over by Larshon Bergen. He has now bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs, and picked up 1 wicket at the end of over number 35. It's 133 for 9. Antigua, after being invited to have first strike by St. Kitts, having won the toss. St. Kitts won the toss. They called correctly and inserted Antigua. They asked Antigua to make first use of the Wanapaq pitch here, something that is somewhat unusual. Normally when teams win the toss at Wanapaq, they bat first. But the Kittitians seem to have the batting confidence that they can chase whatever Antigua scores. And the Antiguans are scoring at 3.8. They have a projected total of 190. The first delivery of over number 36 played out towards fine leg by Williams for a single. And Williams moves on to 3-18 to Jean-Baptiste, a total of 134 for 9. The Antiguans have not applied the formula of O plus A equal R. And he struck a loud appeal, struck on the pad, and probably in the opinion of umpire Tuckett, would have been missing leg stump. We have Caden Francis continuing the attack from the southern Oluzak Road end. Francis is into his 9th over. Third delivery of his 9th over. 8.3 overs, 1 maiden, 25 runs, 2 wickets. So it's been a very decent bowling spell here by Caden Francis, the opening medium fast bowler for St. Kitts. Jean-Baptiste very upset and annoyed with himself that he didn't take full advantage of that over-pitch delivery, probably saying to himself that that should have been driven through cover for 4. He's now driving up towards wide mid-off to the right of Sachin Saunders, and there is no addition to the total. So we are in over number 36, current run rate 7.76, a projected score of 188, and a nice looking stroke out towards cover point by Jean-Baptiste. Good backing up by the fielder at wide mid-on prevented the possibility of an overthrow. We have seen quite a number of overthrows being given away in these matches. Fielders throwing in and not being backed up. So the right-handed Williams comes back on strike. 135 for 9. Final legal delivery of over number 36 being bowled by Caden Francis. Francis completes his 9th over. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 26 runs, 2 wickets. And at the end of over number 36, Jared Jean-Baptiste batting well for Antigua, trying to steady the tail. 19 of 35 deliveries with 2 sixes, a strike rate of 54.29. He hasn't struck any 4s yet. And with him is Ozan Williams on 3 from 6 deliveries. The players break for the second drinks break of the innings. So they are coming off the field to refresh themselves and rehydrate. The umpires in this game are Carl Tuckett, the former Division, Leeward Islands and West Indies one-day international player, and Troy Biff Mills, a man who is jack of all trades. The third umpire is Julian Benjamin, and our scorer is the ever-reliable Yvette Somersault in the scorers. Area. So at this stage, it's 36 overs gone, 135 for 9, Antigua batting first. We are going to give you an update on the Nevis versus St. Maarten game for 3rd and 4th place in the tournament. It's a 4-team tournament. So the Nevis men, they won the toss and they elected to bat first. After 39 overs, Nevis batting first against St. Maarten at the Connery Cricket Ground. They are 153 for 7. 153 for 7 Nevis, batting first at the Connery Cricket Ground. So that information is brought up on the screen by our producer, Mr. Andre Huey. Thank you very much, Andre, for that update. And the players are about to come back onto the field. You see the 2 Antiguan batsmen making their way back onto the field. In the meantime, the ground staff, they continue to remark the crease. So we have a very efficient ground staff here. As the players break for drinks, they rush onto the field, remark the creases, and they, sometimes with their blower blowing off particles from off the field, off the pitch off the strip. We have seen the resumption of play after the drinks break. We are nearing the completion of the first over after the drinks break as Jean-Baptiste lays back and plays out towards short extra cover. It's fielded Jean-Baptiste has played a very good hand for Antigua and had the earlier batsmen stayed around a bit longer, had they hung around a bit longer and provided some more support, probably Antigua would have been looking at a much better score at this point. With 36 overs completed, Antigua 135 for 9. So there are 14 overs left in this game. It's quite a number of deliveries. We're talking about 84 deliveries still left in the Antiguan innings. And only 1 wicket left. So the Antiguans have not done justice to themselves. They have not batted well at all today. They really faltered. Outside of Tailenders, Francis, and Jean-Baptiste, not too many of the batsmen have hung around to build partnerships. In order to get a good score on the board, you have to build partnerships. Cricket is all about, batting is all about partnerships. You need good partnerships by the batsmen out in the middle. And if they do not form good partnerships, it's very difficult to get a good team score. So individual scores, along with partnerships, good partnerships, extended / prolonged partnerships would bring you good scores. As I was talking about the formula O plus A equal R. In order to get runs, you have to apply that formula. Occupation plus application equals runs. So firstly, you have to occupy the crease, apply yourself, and runs will come. So this one is played out to a short backward square. The Kittian fielder with the number 11 on his shirt comes off the deep backward square boundary. And one more to the Kittian total. It advances to 136 for 9. Pleasant looking cover drive there by Jean-Baptiste. But he doesn't score. We are in over number 38. And you are viewing the Leeward Islands men's under 19 cricket tournament finals being played here at Warner Park. This one is cut away, back on a point, and it doesn't quite beat Javid Edwards on the boundary. So 1 run to Jean-Baptiste. That takes him on to Jean-Baptiste is on to 20. Caden Francis continues from the Lozak Road end. Nicely played off the legs towards long leg. The fielder on the long leg boundary comes off the boundary and fields. At the end of 38 overs, it's 138 for 9. Antigua batting first here at Warner Park. Jared Jean-Baptiste not out on 20. And his partner Ozan Williams on 5. So there are some 12 overs left in the Antiguan innings. But the wicket column, or the wickets column, is cause for concern for Antigua. They have lost 9 of the 10 wickets so far. So it's the last pair at the crease, last wicket at the crease in over number 39. And I'm pretty sure Jared Jean-Baptiste is very, very disappointed with the way in which the earlier batsmen played. They did not hang around as long as they should have in order to build a good team score for Antigua. The scorecard is a very sorry sight. This one is struck straight. The fielder on the wide long off boundary comes off the boundary and fields. One more to Williams. 139 for 9. Williams on 6. Jared, a model of defense. Left-handed Jared Jean-Baptiste, really showing the top order, the earlier batsmen, how they could have applied themselves and scored more runs. The Warner Park pitch doesn't have any devils. This one is hit straight, but it's not going to carry to any fielder. It was hit straight back over the stumps. And one more run to Jared Jean-Baptiste. That takes him on to 21. The total 140 for 9 of 39 overs. So you're viewing the finals, the grand finale of the Leeward Islands men's under 19 50 over cricket tournament being played at Warner Park in Bastia, St. Kitts. Antigua qualified to be in the finals by defeating Nevis, and the Kittitians easily defeated St. Maarten yesterday here at Warner Park. Antigua defeated Nevis at the Connery Ground. Very near the RLB International Airport here in Bastia, St. Kitts. So we are in over number 40, being bowled by the left-handed, and he bowls a very wide delivery outside the line of the left-hander's off stump. That's Kasim Tailenders, picking up the attack from the southern or Lozak Road end. And he's bowling to the left-handed Jared Jean-Baptiste. So the Antiguans have not applied themselves. As Tailenders is on line with the middle and leg stump and pushed away towards mid-on. The batsmen who have contributed to the 141 so far scored by Antigua, 141 for 9, would have been Tanias Francis with 32. A very enterprising 32 by the right-handed Antiguan wicketkeeper opening batsman, 32 of 47 deliveries with 6 sparkling fours, 6 panking fours. He was really strong on the drives and the cuts. He was very, very strong through the offside. Hosea Roberts didn't trouble his scorers very much. That one is played out towards forward square for an easy single. That takes the total on to 142 for 9, with Jean-Baptiste going on to 22. 22 of 49 deliveries. 37 minutes he has been at the crease, 2 sixes. We had young Vonde Bowers coming into the Antiguan team for the finals, and he struck some 5 sixes, 5 fours, 5 fours, and 1 mighty 6. Small body man. Very slender in build, but showed that he has quite a lot of power in those shoulders. He scored 28 of 20 deliveries with 5 fours and 1 huge 6. Very impressive strike rate of 140. And he batted for only 18 minutes. The other batsmen to get into double figures, Tayari Tong on 12. Tayari Tong 12 of 27 balls. And Tazio Watson 15. Tong batted for 23 minutes. He faced 27 deliveries and struck 2 fours. Watson, 23 deliveries, 29 minutes, and 1 4 for his 15. Over number 40 comes to an end. There are still 10 more overs left in the innings. The Antiguans are scoring at 3.55. their projected score at this point, if they continue to score at this rate of 3.55. And there we see a nice looking stroke out towards cover into the boundary for 4 by Jared Jean-Baptiste. That one was pulled down a bit short by the Kittian spinner, Larson Bergen, and it gave Jared Jean-Baptiste the width and the room to free the arms, and he really spanked it through cover for 4. So yet another 4 for Jean-Baptiste. Actually, it's his first 4. It's his first 4. He has struck 2 6s and 1 4. That one going past the outside edge, holding its line outside off stump. Jean-Baptiste prodding forward. And that delivery held its own outside the line of off stump, going past the probing bat. This one is hit hard and high over the boundary for 6 runs. So a very good strike there by Jared Jean-Baptiste. He has played quite positively for Antigua, and he is really showing the top order and middle order of Antigua the way it should have been done. And had they occupied the crease some more and applied themselves, they would have had a much better score than 152 for 9. But it shows that Jean-Baptiste is applying the formula of O plus A equals R. Occupation plus application equals runs. And that is just what he has done, and as a result, he is not out on 32 of 54 deliveries with 3 6s and 1 4. 37 minutes of batting so far. A strike rate of 59.26. And that is what makes cricket so interesting. If anyone can tell me of any sport or any game that is more interesting than cricket, they will be quite good. A game of cricket may be very dead for a moment, and all of a sudden, the game can just spring to life. A bowler or a batsman just bring off something spectacular to create interest and bring about the drama in cricket. One remembers Tanti Mull at the Oval in Trinidad and Tobago. And we remember the Paul Keats Douglas and the Tanti Mull at the Oval. So much interest in cricket. Played out towards cover. The sweeper on the boundary comes off the boundary. So we have just seen the commencement of over number 42. O's and Williams lending very good support to Jared Jean-Baptiste. He's on 7 of 17 deliveries. He has been there for 10 minutes so far. And he has lent some very good support. The 150 coming up for Antigua in over number 41. We are into the 42nd over. And the partnership between these two, they have taken the score from 9 for 129. That was when Michaeli Tong was dismissed of the third delivery of the 34th over. So they have taken the total from 9 for 129 to 153. So it means that they have had a very good partnership so far. And if we are to do the math, 4 and they have added some 24 runs. Some 24 runs they have added so far. And here we see a wonderful off drive by the left-handed Jared Jean-Baptiste out towards wide long off, all along the carpet, all along the floor. It was pitched up, and Jared was into the off drive, and he drove it crisply all along the floor, out towards wide long off, into the boundary for 4. So that would add 4 more to their partnership of 24 and advance it to 28. And Baptiste now, Jean-Baptiste going on to 36 with his second 4, 3 sixes. And here he's playing out towards mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket for another single. And that advances the total to 158 at the end of the 42nd over. So the Kittians would want to be very careful here. They would want to be very, very mindful of the fact that they had Antigua at 129 for 9, and the Antiguans have recovered now to 158, a partnership of 29 runs between Jean-Baptiste and Williams. And as the old adage has it, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. And when you may think that you have the stranglehold on your opponents, just loosening the stranglehold may give your opponents the opportunity to come right back into the game. You see a very good first delivery there by the left arm, the right arm off spinner Bergen. Very good first delivery, first up, touching down just about off stump and moving away outside the line of the left-hander's off stump. The Kittians would want to be very, very mindful of this last wicket partnership. As here we see him hitting hard and high, and the catch is dropped. The catch is dropped by the fielder moving in from wide long on. He got under it, he got both hands to it, got down on both knees, but was unable to hold on. And 1 more run to Javid to take him on to 38. That's Jared Jean-Baptiste. The catch being spilled by Javid there. That's Javid Edwards putting down that catch of the bowling of Bergen. And Bergen would be very, very disappointed with that, because that should have been taken. That was a regulation catch. He got under it. He had all the time in the world to settle under it. Both hands to it and flowed it, spilled it. There we see Williams backing away and looking to go through the offside, but didn't quite get the timing he was looking for. That takes the Antigua total to 159 in over number 43. And a wide delivery bowled by Bergen to take the total into the 160s. 160 now for 9. So these two, Jean-Baptiste and Williams, they have added some 31 runs. And every run that they add here now is going to count as we see the conclusion of over number 43. So everyone added here by this last pair will count. And as I normally say, runs on the board are runs already scored, and they are runs to be scored. So it means that whatever Antigua scores, it's already scored, and the Kittians will have to score them. So having Antigua 129 for 9, or 9 for 129, and just letting them off the hook a bit with a very good last wicket partnership here. And in Grenada we call that the wagging of the tail. So they're allowing the Antiguan tail to wag, and they're adding some very useful runs for Antigua for the last partnership. Current run rate is 3.72. In the last 5 overs, they have scored at 4.4, 22 runs without losing any further wicket. And the projected score at this stage is 186. So the man who spilled that catch on the long on boundary, Javid Edwards, he's back into the attack from the southern or Lozak Road end. And he's into his 8th over. Before this, he had 7 overs, no maiden, 46 runs, 1 wicket. So even though he has had 1 success, he has been a bit expensive in the runs column. The Kittitian captain, DeAndre Drew, has the confidence to bring him back into the attack. His challenger has 2 more. He has bowled 8 overs, no maiden, 34 runs, 1 wicket. Bergen also has 2 more. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 29 runs, 1 wicket. 2 bowlers who have bowled a full allotment, the full quota. Caden Francis, 10-1, 29-2. So 10 overs, 1 maiden, 29 runs, 2 wickets. And Kunal Tilokani, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 21 runs, 3 wickets. The most successful bowler for St. Kitts so far. Javid Edwards, the left arm orthodox spinner, is bowling over the wicket from the far end, Lozak Road end, or the police station end, southern end of the ground, in brilliant sunshine, left arm orthodox, over the stumps. And this one is hit away hard and high. Is he going to be caught? Yes, the catch is taken, but seemingly he stepped over the boundary. He stepped over the boundary, and it means we are going to wait to see if a signal, yes, the signal has come for 6, because that is exactly what it looked like to me. The catch was taken by the fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary, who appears to be Caden Francis, but in the process, he stepped over the rope, which meant that it was 6 runs to the batsman. That is exactly how I saw it. And umpire Carl Tuckett signaled 6. So it means that the score has advanced by 6 to 166 at the end of 44 overs, with 6 more to Jared Jean-Baptiste, who has now struck his 4th 6 of 69 deliveries with 2 4s and a very impressive strike rate of 63.77. So that was a big misjudgment on the part of Caden Francis there on the deep mid-wicket boundary, bringing 6 useful runs to Jared Jean-Baptiste and the Antiguan total. So the Antiguans are making a good fight of this. There are 6 more overs left, 44 overs completed, and we are into over number 45. And this one is hit hard and straight, just to the outstretched right hand of the bowler, who could not pull it in. But 1 run to Williams, who has lent very good support to the left-handed Jared Jean-Baptiste, who has now had the highest score for Antigua of 44. So he is now the top scorer for the Antiguans as he lays back and plays out towards forward square on the offside, just to the left of umpire Tuckett, who is not at the conventional square leg, but with the right hand, left hand combination of the crease. The umpire sometimes, this one is hit hard and high. Is it going to fall into the hands of any cricketer, any fielder? No, he gets very close to it, but yet again, unable to complete the catch. So the fielder there had short extra cover. He had some grounds to cover. Got very close to it. Two hands outstretched, but unable to complete the catch. 2 more runs to Jean-Baptiste. He goes on to 46. The Antiguans really wagging this tail here. The tail wagging in over number 45, 169 for 9. See Jean-Baptiste there, very, very, very studious in defense. His head well over the ball, right front foot out to the pitch of the delivery and covering the line of the delivery and playing well. He has played a very, very good hand for Antigua. And let's hope that these drop catches are not going to come back to haunt the Kittians later on in this game. They've had a number of drop catches. And the old adage has it that catches win matches. And the bowler, Bergen, seems to be very upset at the end of that over, and seemingly upset over the catch not being taken. The fielder made a good attempt. He had some grounds to cover. He covered the grounds, but at the last moment he dived in attempting to complete the catch. It did not go to hand, and he sort of dived over it, and it fell to the ground. So at the end of 45 overs, Jean-Baptiste, who continues to have his merry own way out there, 46 from 74 deliveries with 2 fours and 4 sixes, a strike rate of 62.16. Ozan Williams, who has been there for about 10 minutes, he has scored 8 from 21 deliveries. He has lent very good support to Jean-Baptiste in this last wicket partnership, and having taken the score from 9 for 129 to 9 for 169, it means that they have already added some 40 runs for the last wicket. And the Kittians may very well regret having allowed the last wicket pair to score so many runs. There was a change in bowling from the southern end. It looks like Elijah Lewis, who has been brought back into the attack from the southern or Lozak Road end. Elijah Lewis has been brought into the attack for his first spell. This is the first time that Lewis is into the attack. there are a number of spectators in those blue seats out towards wide long on if the batsman batting at the northern end and extra cover the batsman batting at the northern end. Elijah Lewis bowling medium fast, right arm. We have Javid Edwards with the number 16. The captain Drew with the number 3. The wicketkeeper Everett Williams with the number 5. Tilokani is wearing number 4. Xavier Henry, number 15. Bergen has the number 6 on his jersey. Jaheim Clark, number 9. Sachin Saunders, number 14. Caden Francis, number 12. Number 1 is Devonjay Stokes. And Elijah Lewis, number 17. Number 6 is LaShawn Bergen. So the Kittians are looking to ensure that they have fielders in the right positions, making sure that the fielders are in the right places, because they know that they have to break this partnership as soon as possible. They will be doing their utmost to break this partnership. It's been a very frustrating partnership for them. The Antiguans have now reached 170 for 9 in over number 46, a partnership of 41 between Jared Jean-Baptiste and Ozan Williams, taking the score from 129 for 9 to the same 9 for 170. The batsmen dismissed so far for Antigua: Tanis Francis, Scott, Ewett Richards of Kunal Tilokani for 32. That was when the score was on 21. No, it was Hosea Roberts going with the score on 21 in the 7th over, the third delivery of over number 7. As we see over number 46 coming to an end. So the Antiguans have had a bit of a recovery here with only 4 overs now remaining. The last wicket, wicket number 9, fell in over number 34. So these two, they have batted from over number 34 to over number 46. So they have batted some 11.3 overs, 11 and a half overs so far. And this one is played away out towards wide long on. The fielder with the number 17 goes down on one knee. He goes down on one knee. He's down on his knees. That's Elijah Lewis. And did not feel cleanly, but was able to recover sufficiently quickly enough to prevent the possibility of a second run. One more run to Williams. Williams is on to 10. And Jean-Baptiste, who is on 46 from 80 deliveries with 4 sixes and 2 fours. He is closing in on what will be a well-played half-century. As you see him, he should pick up at least 2 here as the batsmen hustle back for the second run. That one was hit hard out towards the fielder on the wide long off boundary. moving to his right and cutting it off just meters inside of the boundary. Two more to Jean-Baptiste. He's on 48. So he has been the standout batsman for Antigua so far. And batting very low in the order. And you would want to be very mindful of the fact that he's only 2 runs shy of a half century, what will be a well-played half century. It's 173 for 9. And here he is driving out towards wide, long off. And the fielder on the long off boundary comes off the boundary to field. That's Elijah Lewis. One more to Jean-Baptiste to get him closer to the half century. He's on 49. And the total at the end of 47 overs, 174 for 9. So it's been a very good recovery partnership here between Jared Jean-Baptiste and Ozan Williams, taking the total from 129 for 9 to 174 for the same 9. So it means that they're only 5 runs away from what would be a very good half-century partnership. So far, they have put on some 45 runs. And Jean-Baptiste has batted brilliantly here for Antigua. Left-hander. We remind you that he is the Antiguan opening bowler. He's one of the Antiguan opening bowlers, fast bowlers. He bowls right and bats left. He has the number 40 inscribed on his jersey. There he is playing with a very straight bat out towards Tilokani to his left. Tailenders Francis scored 32. Hosea Roberts 4. Roberts was the first to go. He was caught by Elijah Lewis of Caden Francis. Roberts went in the 7th over. It's the 3rd delivery of over number 7. It was 21 for 1. And there we see the half century being brought up by Jared Jean-Baptiste, and he's a very happy man indeed. He lifts the bat, and not only does he lift the bat, but he twirls that bat over his head at least twice or 3 times. And he's congratulated by his partner, Ozan Williams, who has lent very, very good support to him. And they have taken the total from 129 for 9 to 175 for the same 9. So they have added some 46 runs. And they're only 4 away from what would be a well put together half-century partnership. The 50 for Jean-Baptiste coming up off 88 deliveries with 2 4s and 4 6s, 4 mighty 6s, a strike rate of 56.82, and he has batted for some 37 minutes. So Elijah Lewis comes in from the far end, outside the line of leg stump, and is it going to run into the fine leg boundary? We will wait for the signal. The signal of wide comes from umpire Tuckett. It goes into the boundary for 4 wides. So it means that 5 will be added to the Antiguan total. 1 for the wide bowled by Lewis, and 4 for the boundary. A total of 5 to be added to the total. The Kititians would want to be very, 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 very careful with that. As you see this one hammered out towards cover, the fielder on the cover boundary sweeping comes off the boundary to field. 1 more to Williams, and the total 181. 181 for 9. It means that these two, they have added some 52 runs so far, and a very good half-century partnership between Williams and Jean-Baptiste, sort of restoring the situation a bit for Antigua when they were struggling at 9 for 129. Over number 48 comes to an end, so it means that there are 2 more overs to go. 48 have been completed. Jean-Baptiste has brought up his half-century, and his partner, Ozan Williams, is on 11 from 24 deliveries. We had wicket number 2 going to Zavik. This one is hit straight out towards long on, and it goes into the boundary for 4. So Ozan Williams is now into the action. He has decided to use the long handle a bit. And the first delivery, the played out towards long on for 4. A very good stroke by Williams, and Williams is again looking to go through the onside, but he doesn't beat Elijah Lewis to his right on the wide long on boundary. He picks up a single, and he moves on to .15. The total has advanced to 186, and a single out towards square cover, out towards, nicely pushed out towards forward square on the offside by Jean-Baptiste. Picks up yet another comfortable single. The total advances by 1. The 4th delivery of over number 49 coming up. And there he is going for a big swipe. A big swipe. And had that been on target, he would have been bowled all over the place. And I'm pretty sure that Jean-Baptiste would be saying to him, there's no need for that. We are into the 49th over, 4 deliveries bowled. So there are 8 more deliveries left in the innings, 8 legal deliveries. There is no reason why we cannot bat out those 8 deliveries and see if we can maximize the runs that we can get. Because they are by no means out of the woods. The Kititians have the batting to score these runs that the Antiguans have scored. 188 for 9 so far, as we come to the conclusion of over number 49. So there is 1 more over left. It's a 50 over encounter. At the end of the 49th over, Jared Jean-Baptiste remains not out on 51 of 91 deliveries with 2 4s and 4 6s. Ozan Williams is not out on 17 with 1 4, 28 deliveries. The fall of wickets, 1 for 21, Hosea Roberts in the 7th over, the 3rd delivery of the 7th over. 2 for 35, Zavik Toppin of the 8th over, the 5th delivery of over number 8. 49 for 3, Tailenders Francis, the 4th delivery of over number 13. 49 for 4. Zanden Hobson, the 5th delivery, and he is bowled. So the innings ended with Owes and Williams being bowled all over the place. Of the first delivery of another Elijah Lewis's over. So Lewis picking up his first wicket, 2.1 overs, no maiden, 8 runs, 1 wicket. And Lewis cleaning up Owes and Lewis for 17 of the first delivery of the 58th over, with Antigua being dismissed for 188. So Antigua all out, 188 of 49.1 overs. Strike rate, run rate of 3.82. The last 5 overs yielded 21 runs, and they lost the last wicket of Owes and Williams, bowled by Elijah Lewis for 17 of 29 deliveries with 1-4. Elijah Lewis bowling from the southern or Lozak Road end. To continue the scorecard for Antigua, we had Zavik Toppin bowled by Kasim Challenger for 4. Zanden Hobson caught Xavier Henry of the bowling of Larson Bergen for 1. Matthew Miller caught Kunal Tilokani of the bowling of Javid Edwards for 5. Von De Bowers caught Xavier Henry of Kunal Tilokani for 28. 20 deliveries, 5 fours and 1 6. Tayari Tong caught Javid Edwards of Kunal Tilokani for 12 of 27 balls with 2 fours. Tazio Watson was run out by Sachin Saunders to Ewett Williams, Ewett Richards, the wicketkeeper, for 15. 23 balls, 1 4. Jared Jean-Baptiste remained not out on 51 of 91 deliveries with 2 fours and 4 sixes. Michele Tong was caught and bowled Caden Francis for 2 of 9 deliveries. And the last batsman out, Elijah Lewis, for 17. The last batsman out, Owes and Williams, bowled by Elijah Lewis for 17 of 29 deliveries with 1 4. And he batted for 59 minutes. He had a very good partnership with the left-handed Jared Jean-Baptiste. They took the total.
Lately I've been on my toes. Enemies been on a mission. Fuck 'em, I'ma do the most. See them multiply. So tell me what am I to do when everybody hate on you? So how am I supposed to feel when niggas tryna scheme on me? Niggas never been real to me. Niggas just make believe. Last night I had a dream. Somebody gave me a time machine. Flew through the times back and forth. Lately I've been on my toes. Enemies been on a mission. Fuck 'em, I'ma do the most. See them multiply. So tell me what am I to do when everybody hate on you? So how am
do hope that you have a very enjoyable lunch until we resume for the Kitchen innings. They will be in search of 189 to win after Antigua scored 188 all out.
Lately I've been on my toes. Enemies been on a mission. Fuck 'em, I'ma do the most. See them multiply. So tell me what am I to do when everybody hate on you? So how am I supposed to feel when niggas tryna scheme on me? Niggas never been real to me. Niggas just make believe. Last night I had a dream. Somebody gave me a time machine. Flew through the times back and forth. Lately I've been on my toes. Enemies been on a mission. Fuck 'em, I'ma do the most. See them multiply. So tell me what am I to do when everybody hate on you? So how am I supposed to feel when niggas tryna scheme on me? Niggas never been real to me. Niggas just make believe. Last night I had a dream. Somebody gave me a time machine. Flew through the times back and forth. Lately I've been on my toes. Enemies been on a mission. Fuck 'em, I'ma do the most. See them multiply. So tell me what am I to do when everybody hate on you? So how am I supposed to feel when niggas tryna scheme on me? Niggas never been real to me. Niggas just make believe. Last night I had a dream. Somebody gave me a time machine. Flew through the times back and forth. Lately I've been on my toes. Enemies been on a mission. Fuck 'em, I'ma do the most. See them multiply. So tell me what am I to do when everybody hate on you? So how am I supposed to feel when niggas tryna scheme on me? Niggas never been real to me. Niggas just make believe. Last night I had a dream. Somebody gave me a time machine. Flew through the times back and forth. Lately I've been on my toes. Enemies been on a mission. Fuck 'em, I'ma do the most. See them multiply. So tell me what am I to do when everybody
Welcome back to Warner Park, where we are about to see the commencement of the Kittian innings. The Kittitians chasing 189 for victory. Antigua having scored 188, 49.1 overs. A last wicket partnership between Jared Jean-Baptiste and Ozan Williams, yielding a very good half-century partnership between those two. A partnership that brought some 59 runs. The Antiguans, I'm pretty sure, I'm saying to themselves that they do have a chance. With their firing power. You see Michaeli Tong already walking up some pace from the southern or Lozak Road end. He's being cheered on by his teammates. The Kittitian opening batters are Xavier Henry, the right-hander, on strike, and the left-handed Sachin Saunders at the non-striker's end. Michaeli Tong with the fifth delivery of the first over of the St. Kitts innings. There we see a big flashing drive outside the line of off stump by Henry, who rehearses the stroke. Probably admonishing himself and saying that he should have gotten a lot closer to the delivery. The left front foot should have been much more across the stumps, closer to the line of the delivery, taken on the pad. So that ends the first over. At the end of it, St. Kitts in search of 189 for victory. One without loss. And that one came off a leg by. So no run off the bat as yet. No run off the bat yet for St. Kitts. And the attack will be picked up from the northern or media center end by the Antiguan captain Matthew Miller. The man with the two M's, M.M. Matthew Miller. Again, we welcome you back to Warner Park. To viewers throughout the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Those of you who are viewing in Antigua, a very pleasant afternoon to you. Miller, right arm medium fast, makes his way in and bowls to the right-handed Henry. He plays it out towards squarish third man. Comes off the boundary. First run off the bat for Henry. It's a very happy Easter Sunday to all those of you viewing wherever you are throughout St. Kitts, Nevis, the rest of the Eastern Caribbean, and throughout the world as we stream live on Facebook, the Facebook page of the Leeward Islands Cricket Board, Channel 40 here in St. Kitts, and the Caribbean television YouTube channel. A bit too wide outside the line of leg stump, and quite appropriately and fittingly signaled wide by umpire Troy Mills. Umpire Troy Mills, well-known figure in St. Kitts and Nevis, jack of all trades. Involved in literally every sport in St. Kitts. Football referee, cricket umpire. Loud appeal by the Antiguans, taken on the pad. There was Sachin Saunders playing around that delivery, not playing straight. He should have been pushing straight. Taken on the pad, in the opinion of Miller and his teammates. He was plumb in front. Miller thought he had his man. Sachin missing the defensive stroke by playing around his pad as opposed to planting his right front foot forward. He's a left-hander, so it means that his right foot is his front foot, as opposed to the right-hander whose front foot is his left foot. Much better defensive stroke by Sachin Saunders. He has the look of a good player. He seems to have some technical abilities and some technical skills. So he'd want to hone those skills along with his dad, Steve Saunders, a former St. Kitts player, now a member of the local cricket association, and his coach, club coach. He has a sort of open stance. This one is pitched up on about midland leg, and Saunders coming down very hard on it and playing it out towards mid-on for a single to get him off the mark. Quick single taken by the two Kittitian batsmen, Henry and Saunders. Antigua defeated St. Kitts in the preliminary round by 4 runs. It was a very close encounter. Much too wide outside the line of leg stump here by Miller. Miller straying well outside leg stump. He's bowling right arm medium fast over the wicket to the right-handed Henry. And rather than maintaining an off-stump line or a middle stump line, he was not even on leg stump. He was well outside leg stump and quite justifiably signaled wide by umpire Troy Mills. He's on a much better line, but a nice looking push in terms of the approach, but it was not played on the ground And one can see that Henry is very disgusted with himself for not playing that stroke much better than he did. He got 2 runs. It was pushed in the air. It was pitched up. He was looking for the drive. He didn't quite get over it. And cover the line of the delivery to play it along the ground. Miller too wide outside off stump. Henry doesn't have to play. No pressure on Henry. He's forced to play with a line so wide outside the line of off stump. Henry playing that previous delivery between point and extra cover out towards the deep cover boundary for 2 runs. And that takes Henry on to 3 of 9 deliveries. It's 7 with a loss. St. Kitts in search of 189 for victory to win the Leeward Islands men's under 19 50 over tournament. Michaeli Tong, the very aggressive Tong. Not a very long run by any means, but it does generate some pace. Appears to be a very strong young man. He has 2 slips, crouching and waiting, and there is a nice looking on drive out towards straight mid wicket. The fielder dived away and attempted to stop it on the first attempt. Didn't quite clean it up, didn't quite pick it up cleanly enough. It appears to be Hosea Roberts, moving to his left at wide-ish mid-off, which is deep. So he's deep there at mid-off. He had a bit of grounds to cover to his right. Tongue too wide outside the line of the right-hander's off stump. No pressure on the right-handed Xavier. Henry, who just lifted the bat and allowed it through to wicketkeeper Tanez Francis. Another single to Henry. That takes him on to 4, and the total 11 with a loss in over number 3. Yeah, at the halfway stage of the 3rd over. 3rd delivery bowled. 4th legal delivery coming up. It has to be legal, because unless it's legal, it will have to be re-bowled. It will have to be bowled again. See a pleasant looking off drive there by the left-handed Sachin Saunders out towards extra cover for 4. Pitched up, and there was Saunders coming onto the front foot and driving fluently through extra cover for 4 with first boundary, and that takes him on to 8. The total going up by 4 to 15. So Tong over pitching and Sachin obliging and driving, bisecting the gap between wide bid off and the short extra cover. Tong a little too wide outside the left-hander's off stump. He lets it go. Again, we say a very pleasant afternoon to viewers, wherever you may be, throughout St. Kitts, Nevis, and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean. those of you who may be viewing in the Windward Islands and the other English-speaking islands. Nice looking defensive stroke by Sachin to end the over. Push back down the track on the offside to the bowler. Did not feel cleanly of his own bowling, but it was tidied up by the fielder moving to his right from mid-on. At the end of the third over, the Kitchens are scoring at exactly 5 runs per over. It's 15 without loss. The required run rate is 3.7. Wow. Very sharp delivery indeed. Miller looking to test Henry with a short delivery. Much too short. Maybe about pitching about halfway down the pitch and going high over the head of the right-handed Henry. Miller will want to bowl a much better line as he's challenging middle and off. And Henry is driving through the offside. A good diving save by number 13. Miller is again on off stump, and Henry defends out onto the offside. Number 13 is Ozan Williams, the man who had that very good 59-run last wicket partnership with Jared Jean-Baptiste. 2 slips waiting as Miller bowls a very good Yorker right up in the block hole on off stump. Henry could do no more than come down hard on it and play it out towards Ozan Williams at short extra cover. We have the Commonwealth Games very much on at the Hazley Crawford Stadium in Trinidad and Tobago. Hazley Crawford, who brought fame and glory to Trinidad and Tobago by winning the men's 100 meters at the Montreal Olympics, I believe, in 1976. That's nearly 50 years ago. Stadium named after the great Hazley Crawford, the former Trinidad and Tobago sprinter. The Trinidadians have named the sporting facilities after their heroes. We have the Hazley Crawford Stadium, Brian Laris Cricket Stadium. Very good delivery there to end the 4th over by Matthew Miller, the Antiguan captain. Very economical over, very containing over, no runs scored of that over. So it's in Kitts at the end of 4 overs. 15 without loss. With Henry not out on 4 and Sachin Saunders on 8. Saunders beaten outside the line of the off stump by Tong. That's Mikeli Tong. He has 6-3 field, 6 on the off and 3 on the on. So there we saw Mikeli Tong coming into bowl and recognizing that Xavier Henry was walking out of his crease and backing up too much. This is how he effected that run out in the semi-final game against St. Kitts. And on that occasion, he did not break the stumps, but he turned to Henry and gave him a warning. He gave him a very stern warning, letting him know that if you back up too much and you walk out of your crease, the next time I will run you out. So Henry cannot say that he was not warned. A single to third man for Sachin Saunders. Saunders goes up by 1-9. The total is 17 in the 5th over. The third legal delivery of the 5th over coming up. Right arm, medium fast, over the wicket is Mikeli Tong. So there are 2 Tongs in the Antigua team. Mikeli Tong, the opening fast bowler, and there is Tayari Tong. And it's more than likely that they may be related, and also related to the former Antigua and Leeward Islands fast bowler, Gavin Tong. A loud appeal for caught at the wicket. There was Henry looking for the drive. The outside edge found, and a regulation catch to the Antiguan wicketkeeper Tailenders Francis. Xavier Henry goes, caught at the wicket, bowled by Mikeli Tong for 4. The Kittians lose their first wicket with a total on 17 of the third delivery of over number 5. A very good breakthrough there for Antigua by Mikeli Tong. The Kittians would want to be very careful from here on. The 189 is quite gettable, of course, but like I stated, runs on the board, runs already scored, and runs yet to be scored. So the runs on the board are already scored, and they have to be scored in order to win the game. The Kittians will want to maintain the calm, keep a cool head, concentrate, focus, and apply themselves, bat well in order to win this game. They allowed Antigua to come back from a position of 129 for 9 to 188 all out. A last wicket partnership of 59 runs. I made the blunder, or made the error of saying 69 before the St. Kitts inning started. Towards the end, it was 59 runs, to be exact. The Antiguans, they never say die. The Antiguans don't give up. They maintain the principle of winners do not quit and quitters do not win. The Kittians would have to apply the formula of O plus A equals R. O plus A equal R. Occupation plus application equal runs. So another fiery over there by Michele Tong, working up some pace from the southern or Lozak Road end. Over number 5 comes to an end. The Kittitians have a required run rate of 3.82. In the last 5 overs, they have lost 1 wicket and scored 17 runs, scoring at 3.4, which is their current run rate. So far, looking at the figures of Tong, Michele Tong has bowled 3 overs for 10 runs. He has picked up 1 wicket and bowled 1 maiden. The captain Miller into his 3rd over, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs, no wicket. So the 2 Antiguan bowlers have had pretty good starts. The Kittitian captain, DeAndre Drew, he has joined the left-handed Sachin Saunders. Those two would want to stay there for St. Kitts. They would want to put their heads down and stay there. Very, very good Yorker by Miller, right up in the block hole, on line with middle and leg stump. And there was Sachin Saunders keeping his eyes on the ball and coming down very hard on it and working it out towards long leg, or more or less a squarish fine leg for a single. Much too wide by Miller. Probably trying a bit too hard. One could have seen him putting that effort into the delivery, an effort delivery, but losing his bearings, losing his range, losing his radar, and not really attacking the stumps, not challenging the stumps and forcing the right-handed Drew to play. Is now in line with the stumps and Drew equal to it, playing with a nice flowing bat. Driving up towards wide mid-off. No addition to the total. 18 for 1, St. Kitts. Another wide delivery, and he's going to run into the fine leg boundary for 4 wides. So it means that St. Kitts will have 5. 4 for the boundary, plus 1 for the transgression of bowling wide. That's a rule that has come into the game from the ICC. In times past, it would have been only 4. There would have been no extra penalty of that extra 1 for bowling the wide. Well, the ICC, they changed that rule quite a number of years ago. And once you transgress, another very good delivery by Miller. That was a very good comeback delivery. Coming back from bowling a very wide delivery that went for 4 wides, plus the 1. The total going up to 23. 23 for 1 St. Kitts. He was challenging the middle and off stump of Drew, but Drew was equal to it. His eyes seemed to be well in. even though he has not been there very long. Again, Drew looks a very good picture as he's driving to mid-off. Williams diving away to his right. So Drew has the potential to be a very good batsman for St. Kitts. To the Kittitian coaching staff and management team would want to take good care of Drew. And the off-spinner, Tilokani, seem to be two very promising players. Another wide delivery by Miller. Miller losing his range again, going down leg side. So he has only himself to blame for bowling so wide. That increases the total to 24. 25. The final delivery of over number 6 coming up. Final legal delivery. He beats Drew outside the line of the off stump. So here we see the difference. A delivery pitched up outside the line of off stump. Drew looking to drive and beaten on the stroke outside the line of off stump, taken behind by Francis quite comfortably. That brings up the end of over number 6. At the end of it, Drew is yet to score. Sanders is on 10 of 11 deliveries with 1-4. St. Kitts in search of 189 for victory. They're hunting for or searching for 189 for victory. They're 1 for 25 in over number 7. 25 for 1. Sachin again looking to turn on the onside, taking on the pad. And the fielder at square leg coming in to field. That's Toppin. Zavik Toppin at forward square leg, just to the right of umpire Troy Mills. At square leg, again taken on the pad and being called through by Drew for a leg by signal now by umpire Carl Tuckett. Very pleasant afternoon to viewers, wherever you are. It's a very blessed Easter Sunday. Nice looking drive by Drew. He doesn't beat Toppin to his right. A very pleasant afternoon to all the commentators in Antigua. Colin James, Jack Matthews, Dave George, and all the Antiguan commentators. This one is played towards third man for a single. Belated condolences on the loss of the late King Frankai. King Frankai was a very outstanding Antiguan commentator. Man who followed cricket for many years, and covered cricket around the Leewards. Had the pleasure of working with King Frankai at the Ronald Webster Park in Anguilla. He covered the Leeward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago 4-day game at the Ronald Webster Park in Anguilla in 2006. Probably shiniest cricket pitch I've ever seen anywhere. Short delivery, and he struck on the chest. He struck on the chest, and taking on the body there, Sachin looking to hook. The good thing is he doesn't seem to be hurt. He's not showing any sign of being hurt. It was a shot, rising shot, lifting delivery. Sachin was looking to pull through the onside. He missed the stroke and taken on the body somewhere in the chest area. And he lost his bats and was down on the ground. But he is rehearsing strokes and he looks all right. We saw in the 4-day game, Barbados versus the Leewards. There would have been a concussion investigation by the medics running onto the field very quickly, but we haven't seen that here. I don't know if the concussion examination seemingly be for if the player is struck on the helmet, I would think. Saunders was not struck on the helmet, he was struck on the body, on the chest. And a short delivery and played away towards third man into a good diving save by the player moving from that wide third man position. Good diving save, diving away to his left and preventing it from going into the boundary. But 2 runs to the Kittishan captain, DeAndre Drew. It was short, lifting outside the line of off stump by Miller, and Drew was on top of it and played it down towards third man. Here is Drew driving straight, and it seems to have the momentum to go into the boundary. It's pulled back just inside the boundary. So good running and good fielding by number 18, who appears to be Vonda. Pulling it back just inside the boundary and limiting the batsman to 2. Another good delivery by Matthew Miller. Right up in the block hole. Drew forced to come down hard on it. So Drew has advanced with those 2 runs to 5. And the total in over number 8, 31 for 1. With Saunders on 10. Bad delivery, full on the bat, but Drew unable to capitalize. Well, it's a signal leg by. I thought it had come off the under edge of the bat, but it has been signaled as leg by umpire Troy Mills. So another leg by goes into the scorer's book. It's 3 leg bys now, 5 wides. And the total in over number 8, 32 for 1. The final legal delivery to be bowled by Matthew Miller. And Sachin with a very open stance. You can see literally all 3 stumps with his open stance. And he presents the full face of the bat to Miller and plays back down the track on the onside. Sachin looks a good player as well, a player who has some ability, has some talent. You can see that the talent is there. The Kittishan coaching staff and management team would want to ensure that they harness those talents, the young talents of the young Kittitian players, work with them to get them to hone their skills, and develop their skills to become better players, to follow in the footsteps of Mikael Louis. We want to nurture players to go on to play for the senior team and the Leeward Islands team from one level to the next. This is under 19. So you go from under 19 to under 21 or senior team, senior national team, then on to the Leewards team, following which they graduate, can elevate up towards the West Indies team. Tournaments like these are very important for the growth, advancement, development of Leeward Islands cricket, and it will be so good if the Windward Islands Cricket Board and have similar tournaments annually. The more cricket the youngsters play, the more they have the opportunity to hone their skills, to develop their skills and become better players, whether it's batting, bowling, fielding. Every department of the game, they would want to hone their skills in order to improve as young cricketers. We do not have too many spectators on hand. To be graced with the presence of the pigeons. And the pigeons are very much on the field. You can see a flock, small flock of about 3 pigeons at Long On, with Drew and Strike at the northern end and Michaeli Tong bowling from the southern or Lozak Road end. 3 pigeons feeding down there. And there's also a pigeon between deep mid-off and short extra cover as a lone ranger all by itself feeding. Over the years, birds have been very much a part of cricket historically. And one would have heard the story of a bird being killed by a spinner bowling, and the bird getting in the way of the ball, being struck by the ball and knocked down and killed. Loud appeal, and he's given out. So there we saw Michaeli Tong bowling a short lifting delivery. Drew getting inside of his wicket and attempting to turn it on the onside. Fine edge found, outside edge found, and the catch taken by Tailenders Francis, diving away to his left and bringing off a brilliant catch, a very good catch indeed. And Drew goes, caught behind of the bowling of Michaeli Tong for 5. The total now slips to 32 for 2 at the end of the 9th over. So St. Kitts would want to be very cautious here. They would want to be very careful. They would need 2 batsmen to remain at the crease and build a partnership. The 188 runs are already on the board, and they are to be scored in order for St. Kitts to win this final here, the Leeward Islands under 19 men's 50 over grand finale, the grand final between St. Kitts and Antigua, being played here at Warner Park in Bastille, St. Kitts. Seemingly, the Antiguans are about, I thought for a moment there might have been a change in bowling. You might have seen Jean-Baptiste coming into the attack, but Miller has decided to continue. And he will continue the attack for Antigua from the northern or media center end. Miller, with the number 2 on his jersey, bowls a very wide delivery. He starts with a very, very wide delivery outside the line of the left-hander's off stump. There was Sachin looking for that expansive off drive, looking to drive through the offside, maybe aiming at the gap between extra cover and backward point, looking to go through cover, beaten on the drive. Here he is opening the face of the bat quite nicely and steering it to the right of backward point, who makes a very good save, a good stop, diving away to his right. And again, it looks like Hosea Roberts, the right-handed opening batsman of Antigua. And this one is pulled away towards fine leg. There was Sachin getting inside of his wicket and looking to play it fine. He would have liked to play it much finer. Had it been a bit finer, it would have gone for 4. The fine leg on the boundary a bit squarish, moving to his left to cut it off. Much too wide, a wasted delivery, literally. And a big wide signaled by umpire Troy Mills. So Miller has tended to be a bit too wide on occasions. The total advances by that wide to 34 in the 10th over, 9.3 overs gone. So we are at the midway point of the 10th over. Miller, a much better delivery. He looks such a better bowler when he attacks the stumps. Delivery pitched up on line with middle and off. And there was the right-hander, Bergen, coming down very hard on it and playing it out into the offside. So Bergen replaced Drew. Drew was caught behind by Francis, well caught, of Michele Tong for 5. Henry was caught by Francis as well, of Tong, for 4. So the 2 top order batsmen of St. Kitts, Henry scoring 4 and Drew scoring 5, not getting into double figures. St. Kitts would want Bergen to hang around. They would want him to remain there, to occupy the crease and stay with Saunders to build a good partnership. Antigua would have other ideas, but if Miller continues to bowl that way, he will keep on giving a lot of extra runs to St. Kitts as he bowls another wide outside the line of leg stump. It's 9.5 overs completed. We are in over number 10. 10th over being bowled by Matthew Miller, the Antiguan captain. St. Kitts in search of 189. They are 35 for 2. really let Antigua off the hook. The Antiguans were 129 for 9, and a very good last wicket partnership of 59 between Jared Jean-Baptiste and Ozan Williams, taking the total from 129 for 9 to 188. So they posted a last wicket partnership of 59. You've seen the end of the first and this one is played in the air, and he's going to be caught again by Tailenders Francis, his third catch. A short lifting delivery by Tong, and Sachin Saunders looking for the hook stroke, looking to hook towards deep backward square. It rose very big on him. It got very big on him. He was not in the right position. He was not in the correct position to play the stroke. And it came off a top edge and ballooned in the air off the top edge for a very comfortable catch to wicketkeeper Tailenders Francis. St. Kitts, they lose wicket number 3. They lose their third wicket with the total on 35. It's now 35 for 3 in over number 11. The first delivery served up in the 11th over by Michele Tong. Sachin looking to hook top edge to wicketkeeper Francis, and he goes for 11 of 20 deliveries with 1-4. St. Kitts in a spot of bother here at 35 for 3. And Tong continues to work up some pace. And he's right up in the face of Richards. That's Eret Richards, the Kittitian wicketkeeper batsman. Right in the face of Richards. And we see Miller and Francis having a word with Richards as well. So the Antiguans would be favoring their chances here, having come back very well towards the latter stages of the innings. And it's a little too wide outside off stump. An ill-advised stroke by Richards. A very wide delivery. He was nowhere near that delivery. It was too wide for the stroke that he attempted. He was backing away. The delivery was outside the line of off stump, and he was looking to flash through the offside. The delivery was through to Francis under his bat in a flash. Tong again bowls a very good delivery, and it's played out onto the offside by Richards, who doesn't score. So Richards is yet to open his account, he's yet to score. It's 33 for 3 with Bergen yet to score as well. So the two batsmen at the crease are yet to open their accounts. Short delivery by Tong, and Richards looking to pull through mid-wicket. He missed, and it was taken behind by Francis. And the Antiguans are using all sorts of psychology, all sorts of cheap psychology. The Kittian batsmen would want to be very mindful of that and stay focused on the task at hand. Stay focused and concentrate hard and deep. And he is caught at the wicket, it looks like. Another delivery pitched up outside the line of off stump, and there was Richards tentatively forward, not really moving, staying in his crease, not getting behind the line of the delivery. And the Kittian batsmen would want to have some more chit-chats in the middle. They would want to have more conferences, have more conversations, and speak to each other. We are not seeing enough of that between the Kittian batsmen. So they slipped further into trouble with Richards going caught at the wicket of the bowling of Michaeli Tong. St. Kitts slipped to 35 for 4 at the end of the 11th over with the utility player, the ever so reliable Kunal Tilokani, going out to the middle to join Larshan Bergen. St. Kitts will be hoping that Tilokani would form a good partnership with Larshan Bergen and wrest the advantage, take away the advantage from Antigua. At this point, it's very much advantage Antigua. At 35 for 4, St. Kitts are reeling in over number 11. The Kittitians would want to stay focused on the game, concentrate, and bat properly. If they do that, they can still win this game. But of course, the Antiguans are applying the pressure, and the Antiguans are all pumped up, very animated, and they are really supporting each other. They're supporting their bowlers. They are taking the catches that come to them. So far, just about every catch that has gone to Francis, he has taken. He has picked up 3 catches. Michaeli Tong has picked up 4 wickets. So the 4 wickets all taken by Michaeli Tong. 4 wickets. We have seen the introduction of the left arm medium fast Jared Jean-Baptiste. So he actually bowls left arm. So he bats left and bowls left. I think I had it wrong when I said he bowls right and bats left. He's a complete lefty. So he bats left and bowls left. Left arm medium fast. He's bowling from the northern or media center end with number 40 on his shirt as he bowls a very good delivery, and there is the right-handed Bergen stepping forward and driving out towards a deep backward point. The fielder on the squarish third man boundary comes off the boundary to his right, and there is one to Bergen to get him off the mark. So Bergen is off the mark. He's on 1, and the total in over number 12, 36 for 4. A very good delivery outside the line of off stump, holding its line. Tilokani was playing forward, beaten on that tentative push. The current run rate is 3.13. The required run rate 3.97. The last 5 overs, they have scored 10 runs in Kitts and lost 3 wickets, 3 very important wickets. So wickets continue to fall here at Warner Park at very regular intervals. Of course, Tilokani and Bergen would want to change that for the Kittitians. Kittians are playing at home. Not much crowd support throughout. It would have been so much nicer to see more spectators coming in. So much more encouraging to see more spectators coming in to see these games. And we have had some good cricket. We have had some very good cricket. The semi-final game between Antigua and St. Kitts was a thriller. A loud appeal by Jean-Baptiste, but in the opinion of umpire Mills, would have pitched outside the line of leg stump and probably sliding further down leg side, taking the batsman Tilokani on the pad. Tilokani has some batting abilities. He would want to put all of his batting experience and all of his batting abilities on show here for St. Kitts. St. Kitts being the home team and the home crowd or home crowd advantage would have served them so well. The Kittitians have not come out to see the Leeward Islands men's under-19 cricket tournament. Only a handful of spectators here and there, and the majority of the blue seats in the distance on the southern end of the ground literally empty. The Leeward Islands Cricket Board, in conjunction with the St. Kitts Cricket Association, we want to do some more to market and promote these competitions, promote these tournaments some more by doing earlier advertisements, advertising and promoting the game, using the various media platforms, be it radio, television, Facebook, YouTube. Use the internet, use all forms, even if you have to do promotions by encouraging school children to come in, encouraging the schools to send school children in to look at the games, and giving them maybe tokens of appreciation for coming. Bring in the elderly and get to the corporate entities, the business places, and have them provide some sponsorship and find ways and means of getting people to come to watch cricket. Cricket is free. It is free, but yet people are not coming. So we have to be wondering why. It's somewhat similar to salvation. Salvation is free, but so many people refuse it. And this one was very, very close to the leg stump. And there was the batsman looking to sweep. He missed. And the signal of leg bye now comes from umpire Carl Tuckett. 2 leg byes to the Kittitian total to take it on to 38 for 4 in over number 13. So a new bowler has been introduced into the attack. He's bowling right arm off spin. It runs out towards third man. The batsman will complete 2. And again, it's Francis who has given up the gloves. Francis has taken off the pads and the gloves. And he has given up the gloves and pads and has taken up the ball, and he has picked up the attack from the southern or Lozak Road end, bowling gentle off spin. And he has given up the gloves to Vonde Bowers this time around. In the previous game when he gave up the gloves, it was Mentor. Mentor does not seem to be in the Antigua team today. He has been replaced by Bowers. Vonde Bowers. A good first over by Tailenders Francis. A maiden over. At the end of 13 overs, it's 40 for 4. I will confirm that in a while. No, 2 runs conceded, so it's not a maiden over. Conceded 2 runs of that first over, the total advancing from 38 to 40. So only 2 runs conceded. It's a good, tight, economical over by Francis. St. Kitts 40 for 4 after 13 overs. Looking at the equation, they need a further 149 from 222 balls. So the issue is not number of balls here, it's the wicket column. A very beautiful delivery, touching down on about middle and off stump and holding its own outside the line of off stump. The defensive prod of Tilokani beaten there by Jean-Baptiste. An excellent delivery, a delivery that touched down on about middle stump and with a natural left arm swing, leaving the right-hander outside the line of off stump. And Bergen, recognizing that Jean-Baptiste is on a good line and length, called Tilokani down for a mid-pitch conference. And that is what we need to see batsmen doing. If in order to build a partnership, you have to communicate. It's not a good sight to see 2 batsmen out in the middle, and this one peels off the outside edge. Is it going to run into the boundary? Yes, it does. It goes into the third man boundary for 4. It was outside off stump, and there was Bergen using the flashing blade, and it came off the outside edge and peeled off the outside edge and flew the third man into the boundary for 4. So Bergen goes on by 4 to 9. Tilokani, correction. Bergen, as you see, another very good stroke by Bergen and nicely fielded on the boundary. A good diving save by the fielder, and they are turning for the third run. Good running by the Kittians. It was well cut off on the boundary. Good diving save. But it provided the batsman with the opportunity to turn for another run. The total is on to 47 for 4 in the 14th over, being bowled by Jared Jean-Baptiste, who is wide outside the line of the right-hander's leg stump. Tilokani is on 7 and Bergen is on 3. So that 4 was for Bergen. The 4 was for Tilokani and not Bergen, as I mistakenly said. The boundary was struck by Tilokani. Bergen is now driving up towards deep mid-off. Where it's fielded by Toppin. And Hobson is at mid-on. Short extra cover is Ozan Williams. Well pitched up delivery outside the line of off stump. Big drive attempted there by Bergen, but not making any contact and going through to wicketkeeper Vonde Bowers. So Bowers is now doing keeping duties, as Francis has taken up duties as the 4th change bowler for Antigua. As you see, a lovely stroke out towards cover into the boundary for 4. So a very good stroke cover driven by Bergen. It's pitched up on about middle and off stump and driven fluently through cover for 4 by Bergen. His first 4, he moves on to 7 of 14 deliveries, and a total 52 for 4 at the end of 14. Tilokani is also on 7 with 1-4. The Kititians are scoring at 3.71 runs per over. The required run rate is 3.81. They have scored at 4 runs per over in the last 5 overs, losing 2 wickets and scoring 20 runs. There is a small amount of support here for the Kititians. It's always so good to have your home crowd behind you, to have that home crowd advantage, home crowd support. And it's very unfortunate that we would have cricket of this level and hardly anybody in the park viewing the cricket. You have to market, you have to advertise, you have to let people know that there is cricket at the park. People will only come when they know. If they don't know, they won't come. So the Leeward Islands Cricket Board, in collaboration with the St. Kitts Cricket Association, would have had to do some more in order to let more people know that there is cricket at Warner Park. I was transported from the Boardwalk Industrial Site on the first day, Tuesday, by Sergeant Calvin Amory. And when I told him that I was going to do commentaries on cricket, he asked, is there cricket at the park? So on many occasions, too many times, we have cricket at Warner Park and not too many people know about it. We have to work on that. That is an area in which we need to make some improvements to advertise more, market more, and let more people know that cricket is being played at Warner Park. Because, in most instances, in most cases, people are looking for entertainment. They're looking for places to go. They want to be entertained. And the entertainment is here free of cost, free of charge, and hardly anybody around. So we have to work on our marketing, work on our advertising. So maybe the St. Kitts Cricket Association may want to give me a job to do some marketing for them. But it's a drinks break here at Warner Park. 53 for 4 after 15 overs. St. Kitts searching for 189 for victory to win the Leeward Islands Men's Under 19 50 over tournament. The final, the grand finale, is being played here at Warner Park in Bastia, St. Kitts. We see the 3 umpires. Umpires Carl Tuckett and Troy Mills, the presiding umpires, having a conference there as the players refresh themselves. The third umpire, Julian Benjamin, is there with them as the players rehydrate, having water and different fluids, different refreshments to rehydrate themselves. St. Kitts are scoring at 3.53. The required run rate is 3.89. And in the last 5 overs, they've scored 18 runs and lost 2 wickets. Looking at the bowling for Antigua so far, Cade the Antiguan bowling. So far, Mikeli Tong, the most successful of the Antiguan bowlers. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 11 runs, 4 wickets, 31 dot balls, 1-4, 1 wide. Off his bowling, Matthew Miller, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 21 runs, no wicket, 23 dot balls, 1-4, 7 wides. Jean-Baptiste, 2 overs for 13 runs, no success, no maiden, 8 dot balls, 2 fours, 1 wide. Tailenders Francis, the wicketkeeper, giving up the gloves and bowling 2 overs for 3 runs, 10 dot balls. So again, we let you know that you are listening to / viewing Leeward Islands under 19 50 over cricket from Warner Park on the Leeward Islands Cricket Board's Facebook page, and it's also on Channel 40 in St. Kitts and the Caribbean Channel 40, and it's on the YouTube Caribbean channel as well. Some of the ardent supporters of cricket in St. Kitts, people like Carlton DuPont. Whenever there is cricket, once he's available, he will be here. He has done some commentaries with us as well. As Jean-Baptiste starts with a wide outside the line of off stump. A regular comer to cricket here in St. Kitts, Lulu, well-known Lulu. And police officer Alison Rouse is usually around whenever there is cricket. Curtis Cook, another strong supporter of St. Kitts cricket. There we see Tilokani getting onto the front foot and looking for the drive, but not getting it through. Extra cover or a mid-off, peeled off the outside edge and went to gully. So for Jean-Baptiste, there is the wicketkeeper standing back, 1 slip, 3rd man, gully, backward point, short extra cover, and mid-off. A very pleasant and happy Easter Sunday to you, wherever you're viewing. All the cricket pundits, and all the ardent cricket supporters, all the local cricket commentators throughout St. Kitts and Nevis. Very happy Easter to all of you, as you see a very sloppy bit of wicket keeping there by Bowers, allowing it through, and it goes into the 3rd man boundary for 4 byes. He seemed to have had it covered. He appeared to be well behind it, but somehow it went through the gate, went through the gap. Wherever that gap was found, and it went out towards the 3rd man boundary for 4 byes, 4 useful runs to St. Kitts. The total now 58 for 4 in over number 16. Short and wide outside the off stump of Tilokani. He didn't have to play. So he withdrew the bat, pulled the bat inside the line, and allowed it through to Bondi Bowers, who is deputizing, substituting, doing the wicket-keeping duties in place of Tailenders Francis. Very good delivery by Jean-Baptiste, and well driven towards wide mid-off by Tilokani. Tilokani, a very cool customer, seems to have a very good head on his shoulders. Always calm and well focused, concentrating on his batting. And that's what we saw a number of the Antiguan batsmen failed to do when Antigua batted. That's the Antigua top order batsmen. They did not concentrate enough, did not focus enough. And as a result, Antigua lost wickets at regular intervals. And here in the Kittian innings, you've seen the Kittian top order not concentrating and not focusing sufficiently. And some of them giving their wickets away with very soft dismissals. So over number 16 comes to an end. At the end of it, it's 58 for 4. St. Kitts searching for 189 for victory from 50 overs. An asking rate of 3.85. They're scoring at 3.63. Some of the commentators who we would have lost over the years: King Frankai, Antigua, Ras B, Anguilla, commentator who I also worked with in Anguilla on the Trinidad and Tobago versus the Leeward Islands game. Rasby carried commentaries in Anguilla for years, Leeward Islands games. And moving further across the Caribbean, we would have lost Tony Kozia, well-known voice throughout international cricket, both on radio and television. Tony Kozia and Joseph Reds Pereira, my good old friend who resides in St. Lucia. Born in Guyana, resides in St. Lucia. Joseph Reds Pereira, well-known Caribbean commentator. I was inspired to get into commentaries by Reds Pereira and Tony Kozia, setting up in the night and following the West Indies, playing in Australia, Pakistan, India, New Zealand, and wherever the West Indies played. Tony Kozia and Reds were there to bring it live for us, ball by ball. As you see the Kittitians picking up more runs out towards fine leg. It runs very close to the fine leg boundary. And the batsmen are going to complete at least 3 rounds, 3 good-looking runs to Bergen. That takes Bergen on to Tilokani, model of defense. Bergen has pushed on to 11. Tilokani is on 9. The Kittitians know that they have a lot of deliveries to face, plenty of overs, plenty of balls. Their only concern is the wickets column. There is no issue with the number of deliveries to get these runs. They allowed Antigua to get off the hook from 129 for 9 to be all out for 188. A 59-run partnership between Ozan Williams and Jared Jean-Baptiste for the last wicket. After 17 overs, St. Kitts scoring a 3.71. The required run rate is 3.82. In the last 5 overs, they have scored 27 runs and lost no wicket. And they would want to keep the wicket column that way. They would want Tilokani and Bergen to remain there for as long as possible and build a good partnership for St. Kitts. They require a further 126 runs off 198 deliveries. So deliveries, not an issue at all for St. Kitts. They have more than enough overs, more than enough deliveries to get the required runs. But they would want to keep wickets in hand, and here we see a splendid cover drive for 4 by Bergen. Pitched up outside the line of the off stump, and there was Bergen getting onto the front foot with a slight back lift, and he spanked it through cover for 4. A wonderful stroke by Bergen to take him on to. That increases Bergen's score to, it should go up to 13 with we are going to get the exact score of Bergen in a while. Bergen has gone on to 15 with that 4. So that's his second 4. Tilokani is on 9. And Bergen has faced 18 deliveries. He struck 2 4s, batted for 28 minutes. And Tilokani is back on strike. We are in over number 18, the third delivery, legal delivery coming up. The total 68 for 4. That certainly was a wonderful cover drive by Bergen. It was pitched up outside the line of the off stump, and there he was getting onto the front foot and really spanking it through cover, bisecting the gap between backward point and the cover into the boundary for 4. Lovely stroke. The cover drive, one of the most exquisite strokes to look at on the offside. See a nice looking on drive by Tilokani, and again a little bit of hesitation. A little bit of hesitation between Bergen and Tilokani. Bergen was ball watching and probably wondering if the fielder was going to field cleanly. The fielder misfielded, and that allowed the opportunity for the single, which was had quite comfortably in the end. It was quite comfortably completed in the end. But had Bergen ran with the stroke, the single would have been comfortably on, even though it went straight to the fielder, because the fielder is deep. He's at deep mid-on, and he had to cover some grounds to his right. He had to make some paces to his right in order to get to the ball. So the single was well and truly on. Too many of the batsmen are looking at the ball as opposed to running with the stroke. If you're going to put pressure on the fielder, you're going to put pressure on the fieldsman. You can't be looking at the ball. You have to be focusing on getting to the other end as quickly as possible. It's 69 for 4 with the final delivery of number 18, legal delivery. Left arm medium fast is Jean-Baptiste over the wicket. Flashing blade, he goes past the flashing blade of Bergen outside the line of off stump. Over number 18 comes to an end. At the end of it, Bergen is 15, Tilokani is 10, and St. Kitts looking for some repair work here by Tilokani and Bergen. They will be looking for these two to build a good partnership. They'll be looking for some restoration and look to wrest the advantage from Antigua. Antigua really and truly had the advantage. St. Kitts lost their 4th wicket. It was 35 for 4 At the end of over number 11, the wicket of Richards, Ewart Richards, the wicket-keeper batsman. So far, these two, they have taken it from 35 for 4 to 69. That should be easy math. That would make it 34 runs. Um, 34-run partnership so far. And it seemed as though Tilokani would have had a life there by Bowers. Outside edge found, straight to Bowers, who's keeping up to Francis. And Francis seems to be very annoyed, very, very upset that Bowers did not hold that catch. And Tilokani is a model of defense as he stretches right out forward defensively with the bat close to the pad in defense. So that's the advantage a team can have when you have your front line wicketkeeper taking off the gloves and the pads and handing them over to a second string wicketkeeper, not a full-time keeper. And the very same front line wicketkeeper picking up the ball, bowling well, finding the edge, and the catch not being taken by the second string wicketkeeper. So that's a disadvantage to any team. But over number 19 comes to an end. There are still 31 overs left, and that would give us a total of 186 deliveries left. And St. Kitts, they need a further 120 runs. So the difference is not too many, it's not too much of a wide gap. We're talking here of a difference of 66. The advantage is with Antigua nonetheless, but the conditions would want to pull it back with a good partnership between Bergen and Tilokani, who are forming a good partnership for the 5th wicket, having come together with the total on 35. So far, they have added some 34 runs for the 5th wicket. There is a change in bowling at the northern end. The right arm off spin. And this one is taken on the pad, going down leg, in the opinion of umpire Troy Mills. There was Bergen getting inside of his wicket, playing around the pad, looking to tuck it out onto the onside towards forward square, not making contact and cannoning into the pad. Bergen is reaching for this. It comes off the outside edge of the bat and it's going to run into the third man boundary for yet another 4 for Bergen. So Bergen advances by 4 to 19, his third 4, and the conditions are recovering here at 73. 73 for 4 in over number 20. It's a good recovery partnership here by St. Kitts. They needed that. see Bergen looking for an explosive, expansive drive outside the line of the off stump. Of the final delivery, bowled by number 18. And very well be Ozan Williams bowling that over. Confirm that now. Yes, that was the first over bowled by Ozan Williams, the right-arm off spinner. He conceded 4 runs. Francis continues from the far end. A very pleasant and happy Easter Sunday to CJ, Mr. Calvin James, a man who is very passionate about cricket and has worked tirelessly over the years with the youngsters, very much involved in the development of players like Jeremiah Louis, Mikael Louis, over number 21 comes to an end. At the end of 21 overs, St. Kitts are scoring at 3.48 runs per over. The required run rate is exactly 4. In the last 5 overs, they have scored 15 at exactly 3. And Ozan Williams will continue from the northern or media center end, the Len Harris Cricket Academy end. He's bowling to LaShawn Bergen. Bergen is on 19. He now moves on to 20. Gets his 20th run. Tilokani on 10 comes back on strike. And a nice looking on drive by Tilokani out towards long on. Fielder on the long on boundary comes off the boundary, and one more to Tilokani. He is on 11. Total 75 for 4 in over number 22. There's a grand finale here. Here we see a nice looking cover drive by Bergen again. But there is protection on the boundary. There is protection on the boundary. The fielder sweeping on the boundary, coming off the boundary to field. That takes the Kittitian total to 76. Of course, this one taken on the pad, sliding down, leg side. The over comes to an end. That's the end of the 22nd over. At the end of 22 overs, Bergen is on 21. That's Larsen Bergen. Kunal Tilokani, very steady, a very steady head. He's on 11. Bergen has batted for 28 minutes. He has faced 30 deliveries and struck 3 fours. Tilokani has been there for 16 minutes. He has faced 39 balls and struck 1 4. Bergen has a strike rate of exactly 70. Francis continues the attack for Antigua from the far end. And talking about commentators, one would remember Joe Barry out of Antigua, very eloquent commentator, came on the scene covering regional cricket. It was very impressive. Many people enjoyed listening to Joe Barry. And this looks as though he's going to run into the deep backward square leg boundary for 4. Well put away by Bergen. A badly lined delivery by Francis, and Bergen took full toll. There was Bergen getting inside of his wicket and tucking it away into the deep backward square leg boundary for 4 more. That would take Bergen on to 25. And the total advances by 4 into the 80s. St. Kitts 80 for 4. And we are in over number 23. 4th delivery. Bergen has gone on to 25 with 4 fours. Francis ends his 6th over. He has bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 runs, no wicket at the end of over number 23. St. Kitts requiring further 109 runs off exactly 27 overs. So it means that they need 109 of 162 deliveries at an asking rate of 4.04. Their current rate is 4.48. We've seen a very good recovery here by Tilokani and Bergen, taking the total from 35 for 4 to 80 for the very same 4. Nice looking stroke by Bergen out towards quick cover. So far, they have added some 47 runs for the 5th wicket. And this single to Tilokani is going to make it 48. Partnership of 48 so far between Tilokani and Bergen. Very good recovery here by St. Kitts. The home fans will be very pleased with that recovery. So they have so far added 46 runs, taking the total from 35 for 4. That was when Richards went. And Richards went caught by wicketkeeper Tailenders Francis of the bowling of Mikeli Town for no score. So Bergen and Tilokani, who is a model of defense, out onto the offside. And they have taken the score to 81 for 4 in the 25th over. So we are at the halfway stage, and we see a glorious cover drive here by Tilokani for 4. Pitched up outside the line of the off stump, and there he was, coming onto the front foot and driving fluently out towards deep extra cover into the boundary for 4. So a lovely stroke by the level-headed Tilokani that takes him on to 16, and the Kittian total 85. That's his second 4. So a glorious cover drive there by Tilokani, pitched up on line with middle and off by Francis, and Tilokani was driving and driving well, bisecting the gap between short extra cover and Roberts to his right at cover, and out to the boundary for 4. Is he going to be caught? No, he's dropped. An easy catch. The fielder had shot backward square. He did not have much to do. It was a gentle pull by Tilokani. So again, Francis having another catch put down off his bowling. The fielder diving away to his left, and unable to come up with the catch. It appears to be Jean-Baptiste. He's very, very upset with himself, very annoyed. There's Jean-Baptiste himself, and he was diving to his strong side. He's a left-hander. He's a left-handed bowler. He's a left-handed batsman, diving to his left and unable to hold on to the catch. Alive for Tilokani. Tilokani has moved on to 17. And at the end of 25 overs, St. Kitts searching for 189. They need another 103 to win of exactly 25 overs, which means that they have a minimum of 150 deliveries, 150 deliveries to get 103 runs. So in terms of the ratio of runs to balls, that is not a big issue, really. They have more than enough deliveries to get 102 runs. But they would want to keep wickets intact, as we almost saw them losing the wicket of Tilokani. Tilokani very, very fortunate to have had that let off there by Jean-Baptiste. Williams continues the attack for Antigua from the northern or media center end, the Len Harris Cricket Academy end, as it is locally referred to. And this one is very wide outside the line of leg stump. That one was pulled down by Williams. He was looking to bowl a faster delivery. One could have seen him generating more pace on that delivery, but he lost his bearings, lost his line, and was very much offline, well outside the line of leg stump. This one was played out into deep cover, and they're pressing for the second run. So good running, and is there going to be a third one? Yes, there is. An overthrow. The Kittitians capitalizing on the blunders being made by the Antiguans. The throw coming in from the deep cover boundary, and the fielder to the right of umpire Tuckett at short backward square, unable to back up in time, leaving it for Robert to come off the deep mid-wicket boundary to clean up. And that allowed the Kittian pair of Bergen and Tilokani to get an overthrow. So that takes the Kittitians into the 90s. It's 91 for 4 in over number 26. And this one is tickled fine. And it seems to have the legs, it has the momentum to go into the fine leg boundary with 4 more to the Kittitian score, which will go up to 95. So the Kittitians are increasing their scoring rate. The scoring rate going up to 3.52. The current rate, the required rate is 4.06. And of the final delivery of over number 26, 4 runs to the Kittitian right-hander Tilokani. Tilokani has advanced to 18 with 2 fours, and Bergen is 28 of 42 deliveries with 4 fours. So the total has gone on to 95 for 4 after 26 overs. The Antiguans have decided to part company with Van der Bowers behind the stumps, and seemingly Francis is going to go back behind the stumps. We're going to confirm that in a while. No, that is not the case. Bowers continues to do the wicket-keeping duties, and Francis will continue from the southern or Lozak road end. Francis, just a few paces. He's not quick through the air. He doesn't really push it through, and doesn't really give it much flight either. Just on a tight line, middle and off. And Bergen would want to remain there for St. Kitts. The Kittitians would want him to stay there as long as possible, as he is rather circumspectly pushing it back down the track on the onside for the right-handed off-spinner and wicket-keeper batsman, Tailenders Francis, to field. So Francis is very much an all-rounder in the Antiguan team. It's played away towards Jean-Baptiste, a short backward square. The Antiguans have a number of all-rounders. Captain Matthew Miller is the opening bowler and middle order batsman. The Kittitians go through for a very quick single, a sharp single taken. There we see again the Antiguans a bit untidy, not cleaning up properly. But fortunately for them, it did not result in an overthrow. The Kittitians are closing in on their 100. They are 96 for 4 in over number 27. I was talking about CJ, Calvin James, playing a big role in the development of players like Jeremiah Louis and Mikael Louis. A team called the Veterans was started many years ago to play in the local league. And a number of those players would have branched off from the ECCB had cash, a few of them. Most of the youngsters and the veterans team, CJ was responsible for drafting them in. And when one hears veterans, one may be thinking that it were older players, but CJ was very instrumental in drafting in the younger players like Mikael Louis and Jeremiah Louis and a number of other youngsters who played the veterans team when they just started. Then changed the name to Caribbean All-Stars, and this one comes off a thick on the edge, and it's going to run very close to the third man boundary as it gets there now for 4. And it appears to be, signal is coming from umpire Troy Mills. It's a no ball, so it actually a free hit. So it's going to be a free hit to St. Kitts. The 100 has come up, 101 for 4. And this one is hit away out towards mid-wicket into the boundary for 4 more by Bergen. So Bergen taking full toll of a bad delivery served up by the Antiguan right-handed off-spinner and really cashing in. And a bad delivery served up by Zanden Hobson, who has been introduced into the attack from the northern or media center end. 4 more to Bergen. Bergen has batted well for St. Kitts, and he's on 37. He has struck some 6-4s, so some 24 runs in boundaries. A strike rate, very impressive, of 74. And here he is driving out towards long off for yet another single to take him on to 38 of 51 deliveries. And he has been batting for 28 minutes, according to my screen. Seemingly, he would have been batting much longer than that, as this one is nicely steered out towards short, squarish third man, where the fielder at backward point had to move to his left to field, and a very good single taken there by Kunal Tilokani to move him on to 19. The Kittitians 107 for 4 in over number 28. It was the 5th delivery of over number 28. It's 108 for 4 St. Kitts. Final legal delivery coming up, being bowled by Hobson. Right arm off spin over the wicket. And here is Tilokani again, coming onto the front foot and steering it to third man for an easy 2. 2 more runs to Tilokani, and that would take him into the 20s. Tilokani moves into the 20s. He is now 21 of 54 deliveries, and his partner Bergen on 39. It's a very good recovery partnership here by Bergen and Tilokani. They're getting some refreshments, some fluids, looks like drinking water to rehydrate and keep themselves going. The Kittitians would hope that these two can stay there and take them as close as possible to the victory target of 189. The partnership now is some 75 runs. So these two have taken the total from 35 for 4 to 110 for the same 4. So very good remedial work being done here by Bergen and the ever reliable and cool-headed Kunal Tilokani. It's been a very good knock by Bergen. Well calculated knock. Is he going to be caught? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. So we have Jared Jean-Baptiste redeeming himself, knowing that he had previously dropped the catch in the very same position. On that occasion, he made no mistake. It was pitched up on about midland leg, and there was Bergen looking to paddle it towards backward square, short backward square. Jean-Baptiste well positioned there. It went straight to him, and he gleefully caught it, threw it in the air, and jumped high in the air as well to celebrate, because he knew that he could not drop it a second time, having done that on the first occasion. So Bergen goes for a well-played 39 of 55 deliveries with 6 fours, a strike rate of 70.91. He batted for some 72 minutes, and the Kittians lose wicket number 5 in over number 28. Over number 29, the third delivery of the 29th over, it's 110 for 5, a very good partnership of exactly 75 runs between Bergen and Kunal Tilokani, taking the score from 4 for 35, 35 for 4 to 110 for 5. They are scoring at 3.86 runs per over. The required run rate is 3.67. In the last 5 overs, they have scored 30 runs and lost 1 wicket. A quick look at the bowling analysis or analyses of the Antiguan bowlers. So looking at their statistical data, we have Michele Tong, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 11 runs, 4 wickets. He has been the success story, the main success story for Antigua so far. And the other bowler to pick up a wicket is Francis. Francis picking up his first wicket, the wicket of Bergen. 8.4 overs, 2 maidens, 18 runs, 1 wicket. Matthew Miller, the captain, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 21 runs, no wicket. Jean-Baptiste, 4 overs for 19 runs. And this one is going to run very, very close to the third man boundary. Is he going to get it? No, he's unable to cut it off. So it goes into the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. And that takes the new batsman off the mark. The new batsman is Elijah Lewis. He opens his account with 4. The Kittians have pushed on to 114 for 5 in over number 29. So we are in the 29th over. Final legal delivery. Last legal delivery coming up, provided it's not a no ball or a wide. We have a very tightish, close encounter here in the finals of the men's under-19 Leeward Islands Cricket Board's competition. 4 teams in the tournament: Antigua, Nevis, St. Kitts, and St. Maarten. We had the third place playoff, the playoff for third and fourth place at the Connery Cricket Ground, close to the RLB International Airport, between Nevis and St. Maarten. And one would predict that Nevis would go on to win that game based on the way St. Maarten have played in this tournament. St. Maarten did not win a game in the preliminaries. The St. Maarten cricket authorities would want to work on their grassroots program some more and introduce more primary school and high school cricket, primary and secondary school cricket, and have more coaching clinics and coaching stints for their players. They are not as fortunate as St. Kitts to have as many cricket grounds. And they do have a very impressive cricket ground at the Carib Lumber Park. And he is out, caught and bowled. A full toss right up on the bat. And there was Tilokani in a very nonchalant way, just pushing it straight back up the track, straight to the bowler. Easy caught and bowled opportunity, not squandered by the Antiguan bowler. Tilokani, after losing his partner, Larshan Bergen, for 39, he now goes caught and bowled by the Antiguan captain, Matthew Miller, who has reintroduced himself into the attack from the northern end. And the first delivery of over number 30, Tilokani seemingly having lost his composure, lost his concentration and focus, and being served up a big full toss by Miller, a full toss that he could have done practically and literally anything with, and he committed a cardinal sin of playing it straight back to the bowler as opposed to angling the bat and playing it away from the bowler. It was pitched up on about middle and off stump, but full on the bat, and he could have hit that through cover, he could have hit that through extra cover on the ground, but rather than playing it down, playing it on the ground, he didn't play it on the carpet. It went straight back to Miller, who gleefully accepted the catch. St. Kitts slipped into further trouble. Here again we see, after a good partnership of 75, the two batters who constructed that partnership of 75, both of them dismissed in quick succession. And now we see a wide delivery being bowled by Miller. So Miller would want to be very mindful of his line and length. We saw him in his first spell spraying some deliveries down leg side and bowling some short deliveries way over the head of the batsman. This is a time when his teammates and he as the captain would want to lead from the front and force the Kittitian batsmen to play and put the Kittitian batsmen under pressure. Of course, St. Kitts would want their batsmen to stay there and remain there and bat on to get the remaining runs. It is not beyond St. Kitts. St. Kitts is very much on course to get those runs, but the batsmen will have to remain there. Miller, before this, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 22 runs, 1 wicket. And the new batsman replacing Tilokani is Javid Edwards. So Edwards would want to form a good partnership with Elijah Lewis. Here we see a pleasant on drive, just going past the stumps at the non-striker's end. Straight, very straight on drive for a single to get the Kittitians on to 116. It's 116 for 6. We are at the halfway stage of over number 30. And 1-1 to Javid Edwards, getting off the mark with a very good-looking straight on drive. That one played away by the left-handed Elijah Lewis for a single to take him on to 5, and the total 117 for 6. The fourth delivery of over number 30. So it's a grand finale here. Antigua versus St. Kitts in the Leeward Islands Cricket Board's men's under 19 50 over championship. A big full toss on line with Midland leg and pushed up on the onside by Edwards for a single. That takes the total on to 118. Final delivery of over number 30 coming up. Being bowled by Miller. The Antiguans nicely pulled through mid-wicket for a single by the left-handed Lewis. It was short on the body. Lewis was inside of his wicket and played it quite nicely through mid-wicket for a single. That brings him up. That takes him up to 6, and the total at the end of 30 overs, 119 for 6. The Kittitians require a further 70 runs of 120 deliveries. So there is a difference of 50. The difference between runs and balls, 50. That's the ratio there. They are scoring at 3.97. The required run rate is 3.5. In the last 5, they have scored 33 runs and lost 2 very important wickets. The wickets of Bergen for 39 and Tilokani for 21. So they would want Elijah Lewis to form a good partnership with Javid Edwards and take St. Kitts home as close as possible. Francis in his 10th over. Third delivery of over number 10 for Francis. Before this, he had 9 overs, 2 maidens, 22 runs, 1 wicket. So very good spell again by Tailenders Francis, giving up the gloves and bowling right arm off spin around the wicket. And here we see him again challenging the stumps of Lewis. He has 6-3 field. No, 5-4. 4 on the on and 5 on the offside. So again, we remind you that you are viewing Leeward Islands men's under 19 cricket from Warner Park. It's coming to you live. The live streaming is coming to you via the Leeward Islands Cricket Board's YouTube channel. Or the Leeward Islands Cricket Board's Facebook page and Television Caribbean Channel 40 in St. Kitts and the YouTube channel. So wherever you are viewing, we say a very pleasant afternoon to you. Straight away, Francis, having completed his full allotment of 10 overs, he takes back up the gloves and the pads and immediately goes back behind the stumps to do the keeping duties for Antigua. So Miller continues the attack from the northern end. He has a third man. There is no close catcher near the stumps, so there is no slip. He has a backward point, a cover extra cover mid-off. There is fine leg, deep backward square leg, short mid-wicket straight, and a mid-on. A good quick single taken there by St. Kitts. So it's a short rising delivery. Short delivery lifting on the body. And the right-handed Edwards was well on top of it and played it towards short forward square for a single. That takes him on to 3. And that one is pulled away. It's going to go over the boundary by a long way for 6. So that's a big 6 by Elijah Lewis. A short delivery by Matthew Miller, looking to rattle or looking to shake up Lewis. Lewis was equal to it. He kept his eyes on it and pulled it over the deep backward square leg boundary for 6. So a maximum for Lewis. That takes him on to, Lewis goes on by 6 to 12 of 12 deliveries with 1 4 and 1 6. And the competition total has gone up to 126 for 6 of 31.2 overs. So we are in over number 32. St. Kitts looking for 189 for victory. Antigua having scored 188 of 49.1 overs. St. Kitts require a further 63 runs of 112 deliveries. Miller bowls a very bad delivery. Full on the bat. And there is Lewis getting onto the front foot and driving it square of the wicket on the offside. Out towards the backward square. Backward a point to the right of umpire Carl Tuckett. Out into the deep backward point boundary for 4. So another boundary for Lewis. That takes Lewis on to 16 of 13 deliveries with 1 6 and 2 4s. St. Kitts pushing on to 130 for 6. So they need another 59 runs to win this game. And they have plenty of deliveries left in which to do so. Plenty of deliveries left with which to do so. Another single to Lewis, just pushing out gently on the offside to the left of umpire Carl Tuckett and calling Edwards through for the single. So 131 for 6 of 31.4 overs. 31 overs and 4 deliveries. So 4 deliveries gone so far in over number 32. And the over is being bowled by the Antiguan captain himself, Matthew Miller, bowling right arm medium fast from the northern or media center end. He bowls another big full toss, and it's driven to Jean-Baptiste at deep mid-off, and the batsmen scamper through for another quick single. So good running by St. Kitts. Very good running by the Kittitian batsmen. The total advances to 132 with the final delivery of over number 32 coming up. 132 for 6. So the Kittitians have had their innings going very much like a pendulum, whereby they lost 4 wickets for 35 runs, 100 and outside edge found. He's given out. One could have seen the deviation here from off the outside edge. The left-handed Lewis tentatively pushing forward. The outside edge found, and the regulation catch to the wicketkeeper Tailenders Francis. Catch well held, and a very good breakthrough to get again for Antigua. Miller making the breakthrough, getting rid of the left-handed Elijah Lewis, having him caught behind for 17 of 15 deliveries with 2 fours and 1 6. So Elijah Lewis going caught by Tailenders Francis of Matthew Miller of the first delivery. No, I have it wrong. Of the final delivery of over number 32. So it's 132 for 7 St. Kitts. They have 3 wickets intact, 3 wickets in hand, and they still need a further 57 runs of 108 deliveries. So with 32 deliveries gone, it means, with 32 overs gone, it means that there are 18 more overs left, which is equivalent to 108 deliveries and 57 runs to get. So in terms of runs, there are far less runs to get than the number of balls to be bowled, which means that the equation would very much be in favor of St. Kitts. But if the Antiguans continue to pick up wickets, St. Kitts may very well be in trouble here. They have brought back Michaeli Tong, the lively medium-fast bowler from the far end, and straight away there is a single for Edwards. That takes the total on to 133. We are in over number 33, the first delivery of the 33rd over, bowled by Michaeli Tong from the far end, or the Lozak Road end. So the new batsman is Caden Francis. He is now on strike to Tong, and Francis bowls right, but he bats left. A delivery short outside the line of off stump, and Francis flashing at it, missing, taken behind by Francis, his namesake, in terms of the surname, the last name. So they both carry the same last name. Caden Francis, the opening bowler for St. Kitts, the left-handed lower order batsman. Javid Edwards is on 5. He would be willing Francis on to stay there. Nicely played off the pads, and a quick single taken. Quick single taken by Francis and Edwards. Nicely played off the pads by Caden Francis, and a single had. That takes the total on to 134 for 7. At the halfway stage of over number 33, 3 deliveries have been bowled in the 33rd over, and it is being bowled by the lively Michaeli Tong from the far end, or the Lozak Road end. And here we see him again, probably warning Caden Francis, saying to him that you would have to stay in your crease. You cannot attempt to steal a single on me just like that. Because if you walk out of your crease, you have had one warning. You have had a warning. I am going to run you out. You see a nice looking off drive by Edwards. Gets another single. He moves on by 1, the total 135 for 7 in the 33rd over, the 5th delivery of the 33rd over coming up. So 4 deliveries gone so far. Edwards is on 6, Francis the left-hander on 1, Edwards right-handed. The Kittitian, the small amount of Kittitian spectators here on hand will be willing Edwards and Francis on. Francis seems to have the ability to play a lot of attacking strokes. But he would want to be cautious here for St. Kitts. He would want to keep his wicket intact and support Edwards. And here we see again Francis impulsively looking to play an attacking stroke from a short lifting delivery. So the players would have a second break. They would have a second drinks break. The Antiguan fielders are going off the field. The two Kittitian batsmen have dropped their gloves, and they will be walking out to the boundary edge to have some fluids, have some water to refresh themselves. So we tell you that after 33 overs, St. Kitts chasing 188, they need 189 for victory, 135 for 7, with Caden Francis not out on 1 and Javed Edwards not out on 6. So we ourselves will take a short break and we'll be back with you for more of the action very shortly. Welcome back to the resumption of play after the last water break of this game. It's the Leeward Islands Under-19 50-over tournament being played here at Warner Park in St. Kitts. The grand finale between Antigua and St. Kitts. St. Kitts in search of 189 for victory. Was sliding down leg side, and is he run out? Yes, he's given out by umpire Tuckett. The two batsmen there looking to steal a single, struck on the pad, allowed appeal for leg before, and they saw the possibility of stealing a leg by, but unfortunately for the left-handed Caden Francis, he has been run out. So St. Kitts slip into further trouble, losing wicket number 8. It's now 8 for 135 and over number 34. So immediately upon the resumption of play, St. Kitts lose another wicket. They slip into further trouble at 135 for 8. New batsman joining Javid Edwards. Francis has been run out. A very unfortunate run out. Again, the single could have been had, but as a result of hesitation always creates problems for batsmen. Once you're going to hesitate, you give the fielding team the opportunity to run you out. And that is just what has happened there. Caden Francis was run out by Zavik Toppin, a direct throw, a direct hit, throwing the thumbs down at the striker's end. The new batsman is Devontae Walters. And Walters would want to stay there and support Edwards as much as possible to see St. Kitts home. Miller in his 8th over, 1 maiden, 39 runs, and he has picked up 2 wickets. Again, Miller strays wide outside the line of leg stump. Wide signal by umpire Troy Mills. That takes the total on to 136 in over number 34. The equation favors St. Kitts in terms of number of balls to get the required runs, but they do not have too many wickets in hand, as you see Miller beating the left-handed Walters outside the line of the off stump, tentatively pushing forward, not really getting in line. 98 deliveries left and 53 runs to get. The remaining 2 Kittitian batsmen would have to really put their heads down and apply themselves to win this game for St. Kitts. The Antiguans always animated and worked up, and always hyperactive, and they play with a lot of confidence, a lot of aplomb, a lot of belief in themselves, and they never give up. They have a never say die attitude. To them, winners do not quit and quitters do not win. This one is on the legs and he's called through for a leg by. There was Walters sleeping in his crease. The leg by was very much on. Leg by, signal of leg by now comes from umpire Troy Mills. That takes the total on to 137 at the end of over number 34. So at the end of that over, the 2 batsmen at the crease for St. Kitts. Javid Edwards on 6, 9 deliveries, And Devontae Walters, 5 deliveries yet to score. The batsmen gone so far. Xavier Henry for 4. Sachin Saunders for 11. DeAndre Drew for 5. Top score of 39 from Lashan Bergen. No score. The wicketkeeper batsman, Everett Richards, didn't trouble the scorers. Tilokani 21. 17 by Lewis. So the Kittishan scorecard doesn't make a very impressive reading here. The batsmen not really applying themselves, but we have to give some credit to the Antiguans in that they have stuck to their plan and they have played to the plan and stuck to the script, and they have really applied pressure on the Kittitians. I see Tong bowling right arm medium fast from the far end. Wide delivery outside the line of off stump. And there we see the left-handed Walters. He didn't have to play, but was committed to the stroke. Flashing outside the line of the off stump. Miller is the lone slipper. Miller is at slip. Again, Tong beats Walters outside the line of the off stump. So at this stage, the equation very much favors St. Kitts, even though they have 2 wickets in hand. There's not many runs left to get, but they will have to bat well to get those runs. At the end of over number 35, there are some 15 overs left, which means that there are 90 deliveries left to get 52 runs. Their current run rate is 3.91. The required run rate is 3.47. In the last 5 overs, they have lost 2 wickets and scored 18 runs, scoring at 3.6. They need a further 52 runs from 90 deliveries. And if we are to look at that ratio here, we're talking about 38, a difference of 38. So there are 38 balls more than runs to be scored. And there is Roberts going outside the right-hander's leg stump. A delivery that touched down all about middle and leg and going further down leg side. Antiguans make a slight adjustment to the field. Slight adjustment made by Miller. Miller has a 5-4 field. And he bowls a very good delivery, well pitched up to the right-handed Edwards. Edwards could do no more than come down hard on it and push it out onto the offside. Edwards remains not out on 6. The last batsman going, Caden Francis, run out by Zavik Toppin. Again, Miller is wide outside the line of off stump. Very lucky not to have been signaled wide. The Antiguans appealing for caught at the wicket. So as the shadows continue to lengthen here at Warner Park, Miller outside the line of off stump, and there is Edwards exploring the possibility of taking a single with the throw coming in from Tailenders Francis, the wicketkeeper, onto the stumps and trickling out onto the offside. Edwards thought there was a single there, but Walters was well grounded, driven out towards long off. Comes off the boundary. And one more to Edwards. He's on to 7. The total advances by 1 to 138 for 8 St. Kitts. The Kittitians have lost wickets at regular intervals. They lost their first wicket with a score on 17. Very good delivery by Edwards. Just probing outside the left-hander's off stump, not getting a touch, and it goes through to be taken behind by wicketkeeper Francis. That brings up the end of over number 36. So there are 14 overs left in this 50-over encounter between Antigua under-19s and the Kittitian under-19s. The final, the grand finale of the Leeward Islands under-19 50-over encounter being played here at Warner Park. Again, we say a very pleasant and blessed Easter Sunday to all our viewers and listeners, wherever you may be throughout the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis and throughout the Leeward Islands, the Windwards, and wherever you are in the world. A very happy Easter to you. A good diving save to his right by Miller, the lone slipper, the lone slip fielder. Edwards attempting to steer it between Slip and the third man, looking to beat Slip to his right and third man to his left. Good diving save by the captain, and a good delivery, very good delivery by Tong, touching down outside off stump and cutting back into the right-hander. And there was Edwards looking for the drive and beaten all ends up outside the line of off stump. The second wicket for St. Kitts went with a total on 32. That was Drew. In the 9th over, Xavier Henry went in the 5th over, the 4th delivery of over number 5, with a total on 17 for 1, and 32 for 2. It became 35 for 3 with Sachin Saunders going in over number 11, the first delivery of the 11th over. Then we had Irate Richards going the final delivery of over number 11, 35 for 4 St. Kitts. And then we had a very good 75-run partnership between Bergen and Tilokani, taking the total from 35 for 4 to 110 for 5. And with Bergen going for 39, we then had Tilokani going some 4 runs after, 114 for 6. So it was 110 for 5, and then 110 for 5 Bergen, and 114 for 6 Tilokani. And we had Losh and Bergen going in the 29th over, the third delivery of over number 29. Tilokani went in the 30th over, the first delivery of the 30th over, pushing a full delivery back to the bowler, caught and bowled. He was caught and bowled by Matthew Miller for 21 on 55 deliveries with 2 fours. Then we had Elijah Lewis going at the end of the 32nd over, 135 for 8. Then Francis going in the 34th over, first delivery of over number 34 with the score on 135. So that was Francis, first delivery of over number 34. That was Caden Francis, who was run out by Toppin. And Elijah Lewis was the 7th man to go with a score on 132. So Miller in his final over from the media center or northern end. Before this, he had 9 overs, 1 maiden, 41 runs, and he picked up 2 wickets. The only bowler who has completed his quota of 10 overs thus far is Tanis Francis, the wicketkeeper, who gave up the gloves to Bowers. And Francis has bowled 10 overs, 3 maidens, 22 runs, 1 wicket. A big full toss to the left-handed Walters, who plays it to mid-on. And there is no addition to the Kittian total, which stays at 138 for 8. So we are into over number 38, 2 deliveries gone. In the 38th over, Michele Tong has bowled 9 overs, 5 maidens, 14 runs, and he has had the very impressive figures of 4 wickets for 14, with some 5 maidens, 9 overs, 5 maidens, 14 runs, 4 wickets. Only 1 4 struck off his bowling and 1 wide. A total of 46 dot balls. Miller in his 10th over, he's halfway through, the 4th delivery being bowled. On line with middle and off stump, and played out towards mid-off by Walters. So Miller, 9.4 overs, 1 maiden, 41 runs, 2 wickets, 41 dot balls, 2 fours, 1 6, 8 wides, 1 no ball. Jean-Baptiste has bowled 4 overs, no maiden, 19 runs, no success, 18 dot balls. And this one is taken from outside the off stump and played towards short, straight mid-wicket. And Ozan Williams has bowled 4 overs, no maiden, 13 runs, no wicket. 17 dot balls, 1-4, 1 wide. An economy rate of 3.25. Mikeli Tong has the very impressive economy rate of 1.56. Francis, an economy rate of 2.2. Tong and Francis have been the most economical bowlers for Antigua. As we see the conclusion of over number 38, there were 12 overs left, which gives us a total of 72 deliveries. The Kittians have 72 deliveries from which to get 51 runs. It's a difference of 21. If you want to look at it as the ratio of balls to runs or runs to balls, it's 21. 21 more balls than the number of runs to get, 51. Remember, they're searching for 189. The Antiguans scored 188 of 49.1 overs. They failed to score. They failed to bat 5 deliveries of the final over. They were dismissed of the first delivery of over number 50. The Antigans have made another change in bowling at the southern or Lozak Road end. They have brought back Ozan Williams. Williams has been reintroduced into the attack from the southern or Lozak Road end. And this one is driven out towards long off. Long off comes off the boundary to his left to field. And there is one more to the right-handed Edwards is on to 8. The left-handed Devante Williams comes back on strike. He's yet to open his account. He's yet to score. It's 139. So the Kittians need exactly 50. They need 50 more runs and a quick single taken by Walters and Edwards. Single to Walters. He's now off the mark. He has faced 19 deliveries for his first run. That wouldn't be any matter of major concern to the Kittians. They would want Walters to lend support to Edwards. They would want him to build a victorious partnership, a partnership that would take St. Kitts very, very close to the target of 188. They are now 140 for 8. And over number 49, we have the final delivery of the 39th over now being bowled. And at the end of 39 overs, St. Kitts 140 for 8 with Javed Edwards not out on 8 and Devante Walters not out on 1. A very healthy contribution to the Kittitian score of 140 is some 33 extras. So that is something that the Antiguans would want to pay close attention to going forward. They have bowled some 16 wides, 11 leg byes, 4 byes and 2 no balls. So the wides may very well come back to haunt the Antiguans towards the end, as we see the left arm medium fast bowler Jared Jean-Baptiste being brought back into the attack. Jared is bowling a full toss and it's played away through mid-wicket by the left-handed Walters for a single. The fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary comes off the boundary and fields, and Walters advances by 1 to 2. That takes the total on to 141 for 8 in over number 40. The Kittians are scoring at 3.6. Their required run rate is 4.43. In the last 5 overs, they have scored 4 runs and lost no wicket. So it's been a good rebuilding effort here by the 2 Kittitian lower order batsmen in Elijah Lewis. I have got that wrong. Get the name correct. It's Javid Edwards. Javid Edwards on 8 and Devante Walters on 2. So the left-handed Jared Jean-Baptiste bowling left arm medium fast from the northern or media center end. He was the top scorer for Antigua. He got a half century in the Antiguan innings. And he will be looking to bring home glory for Antigua. As you see, a nice looking off drive straight out towards deep mid-off. The fielder at mid-on, Bowers, moving to his left field. And that takes the score on to 148. 142 for 8. 142 for 8 in over number 40. And he is bowled. A beautiful delivery that touched down on about off stump, and there was the left-handed Devante looking for the drive. He was beaten all ends up on the drive, and the off stump knocked back. So Devante Walters bowled by Jared Jean-Baptiste for 2. St. Kitts slipped into further trouble at 142 for 9. They require now a further 47 runs from 65 balls. So of major concern to St. Kitts is the wickets column. They have 1 wicket intact. They have last wicket in hand, and the last batsman going out to join Edwards is Kasim Challenger. So it means that the Kittitians have 2 left-handers at the crease. The last pair, Javid Edwards not out of 9 of 28 deliveries, and Kasim Challenger joining him, with St. Kitts needing a further 47 runs of 61 balls. St. Kitts would be living to regret the number of runs that they allowed Antigua to score. Those 59 runs of the last 59-run partnership for the last wicket may very well come back to haunt St. Kitts for a very long time, because they really let Antigua off the hook when they had them 129 for 9. And there we see the left-handed Jean-Baptiste persisting with a good line outside the line of the right-hander's off stump. So Edwards would be having a word with Challenger. Challenger bowls left. The left-arm medium pacer. It was an Challenger bowls left, but he bats right. At the end of over number 40, it's 142 for 9. So I'm pretty sure that most pundits, most spectators here who would have seen Antigua rally back from 129 for 9 to 188 all out would not have expected Antigua to get so many runs. The Kititians are likely to pay dearly for that should they go on to lose this game. And here we saw, my goodness, a single that was well and truly on, played deep out towards mid-wicket. Mid-wicket deep on the boundary, having to come in off the boundary to his left to field an easy single and not taken. And here we see him trying to beat backward point, but going straight to the fielder at backward point. That's Ozan Williams. And no addition to the total, which remains 143 for 9. St. Kitts in search of 189 for victory. St. Kitts seem to be in dire straits. Of course, cricket being a game of glorious uncertainties, and knowing that the Antiguans were able to rally back from 129 for 9 to be all out for 188, the Kititian management team, the Kititian coaching staff, and all the Kititian fans here at Warner Park, who are very limited in numbers, would be hoping, wishing, urging, encouraging, and wanting the last Kititian pair at the crease to stay there, to remain there, to take it home for St. Kitts. St. Kitts being the home team. And of course, they would have been highly favored to win. The Antiguans, with very good fighting spirits indeed, they've shown that they don't give up that easily. Again, that should have been an easy run, but seemingly Edwards is saying to Challenger, you stay at the non-striker's end, and I will take the strike of the next over, he being the most senior batsman and having been there for quite a while and seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit, as big as a basketball. He's saying to Challenger, you stay at the non-striker's end. I will take the strike of the next over, and that over will be bowled by the left-handed, the left-arm medium-fast Jared Jean-Baptiste. And there we see Edwards attempting a flashing drive through the offside, and that delivery going past the flashing blade of his bat. Jean-Baptiste now in his 6th over. Before this, 5 overs, no maiden, 21 runs, 1 wicket. And he also picked up a catch, a shot backward square. He has had a pretty good game for Antigua, scoring a half century. A big full toss played away, out towards cover, into the boundary for 4. So a very bad delivery served up there by Jared Jean-Baptiste. And Edwards saying, thank you very much. And there he was, taking it on the full and spanking it through cover for 4. So Edwards cashing in on a bad delivery. You bowl a bad delivery, you really and truly should pay the penalty. Bowling bad deliveries should always be punished, always be put away, and that's exactly what Edwards did. Full on the bat. And Edwards said, "Thank you very much," and put that away through cover for 4. Edwards advances by 4 to 14 of 34 deliveries with his first 4. And here Edwards again. And is he going to be run out? My goodness. Edwards needs to speak to his partner. They need to communicate better than this. If he's going to stay on strike, he needs to let him know that you don't run for a single. I am going to farm the bowling. That is a term that we use in the spy side. When one batsman is going to stay at one end and score, now he thinks, here we see them getting an overthrow, so the Antiguans again being a bit scrappy in the field, and what should have been 1 run has turned out to be 2 comfortable runs for St. Kitts. St. Kitts bringing up the 150. So the Kittitians now into the 150s, 151 for 9 in over number 42. The halfway stage of over number 42. 3 deliveries gone in the 42nd over, and Edwards has advanced by 2 to Edwards has advanced by 2 to 16 of 36 deliveries with 1-4. His partner, Challenger, is yet to score. And there we see Edwards swiping, literally swiping outside the line of off stump. Maybe he heard the call. He probably picked up the call of no ball from umpire Troy Mills very early and looked to slash it through the offside. Umpire Troy Mills has signaled that it's going to be a free hit. So Jean-Baptiste will have to bowl a delivery over again. And even though he gets Edwards caught, Edwards will remain there, cannot out of a free hit. And he bowls a very good delivery, just slightly outside the line of leg stump, full length. And Edwards could not put it away. So a very good delivery, a very smart delivery there by Jared. Seems to be a very intelligent cricketer. He uses his head well. Shortish man. Short in stature. And he's on the stumps. Edwards is driving. And they get a single. That takes the total on to 153. 5th delivery of over number 42. Edwards advances by 1 to 17. Challenger is on strike. He is yet to score. A very healthy amount of sundries, some 36, comprising of 17 wides, 11 leg byes, 4 no balls, and 4 byes. So a delivery wide off the off stump to complete over number 42. There are 8 overs left. So if you do the math, 6 by 8, that would give you 48. 48 deliveries left in which to get 36 runs. We still have a difference here of 12. 12 balls more than the number of runs to get. So the Kittitians would be urging, they would be encouraging Challenger and Edwards to stay there, not give the hand away, and bat out the remaining deliveries, because should they bat out the remaining overs or deliveries, there is no reason why they shouldn't get the remaining 36 runs. As you see, Ed was looking for a drive through the offside. Again, we say a very pleasant Easter Sunday afternoon to our viewers. Those of you viewing via the Leeward Islands Cricket Board's Facebook page, those of you viewing on channel 40 and via the YouTube channel, say a very blessed Easter to you. Wide delivery outside the line of leg stump. To all the cricket pundits and the cricket fans throughout St. Kitts and Nevis, all the local and regional commentators on St. Kitts, those in Nevis, a very pleasant and happy and blessed Easter Sunday to a good friend, Frankie Claxton, who is based in Anguilla, Valley Anguilla. Man who I've had the privilege of doing quite a number of games with at the E.T. Willett Park, formerly Grove Park in Nevis. And I'm pretty sure that Frankie would be listening or viewing once the time permits, time is available. Very ardent follower of cricket, Frankie Claxton. A very blessed Easter Sunday to you, Frankie, and your family, and all the cricket fans throughout St. Kitts and Nevis, Antigua, all those of you viewing in Antigua. This one is worked away towards forward square for a single. So St. Kitts inches on by 1 to 155. It's not impossible for St. Kitts to still pull off this game, as we see Edwards calling Challenger down into the middle to have a mid-pitch conference. We are in the 43rd over. There will be 7 overs left after this, which means that it's 42 deliveries plus 2, 44 deliveries, and the Kittitians need a further 34 runs. So there are more than enough deliveries to get the 34 runs, but of course the 2 batsmen at the crease, Challenger and Edwards on strike, and Ozan Williams, right arm off spinner, bowling, and he bowls him. A quicker, faster, flatter delivery, Edwards playing back, not getting forward, and Williams cleaning up Edwards' middle stump knocked back, and Antigua dismissing St. Kitts for 155. Antigua winning the game by 34 runs. It means that the margin of the victory will be 33 runs, actually. We will have that confirmed in a while, but it's been a very good victory for Antigua, literally snatching defeat from the jaws, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat when they were perilously placed at 129 for 9. 129 for 9. The Kittitians allowed them off the hook. St. Kitts had Antigua reeling at 129 for 9, and they allowed the last wicket pair of Antigua to add a further 59 runs. And those 59 runs have really come back to haunt St. Kitts. St. Kitts losing the game, finishing on 155 of exactly 43 overs. Oh, the final wicket for St. Kitts going of the last delivery of the 43rd over. That's the wicket of the right-handed Edwards. Edwards has remained not out on 18. That was Challenger. Challenger bowled by Ozan Williams for no score. Javed Edwards remained not out on 18 of 43 deliveries with 1-4. He tried his best, Javed Edwards. He hung around for some 62 minutes, batted for just a shade above an hour. But the other Kittitian batsmen did not provide much support. They didn't lend much support to Edwards. So in the end, he remained not out on 18. And the Kittitian scorecard, a very sorry looking scorecard, with Larshan Bergen getting the top score of 39 from 55 deliveries with 6 fours, a strike rate of 70.91, 70.91. He batted for 72 minutes. So St. Kitts not responding well to the 188 scored by Antigua. Antigua really and truly should not have scored so many runs, because they were reeling at 129 for 9, and the last wicket pair of Antigua, that last wicket pair of Williams and Jared Jean-Baptiste, who finished not out. Ozan Williams and Jared Jean-Baptiste. Baptiste finished not out on 51. And Williams was the last to go, bowled by Elijah Lewis for 17. They took the total from 9 for 129 to 188, posting a bit of a challenge to the Kittitians, who fell short in the end by 34 runs. St. Kitts losing the game by 34 runs. And of course, if you add 34 to 155, that's going to give you 189. So that's the total that they would have had to score to win the game. In actual fact, they have lost the game by 33 runs, failing to reach the 188 scored by Antigua by 33 runs. So looking at the scorecard for St. Kitts in their chase, or in their reply, Xavier Henry was caught by Tailenders Francis of Mikili-Tong for 4, 19 deliveries. He batted for 24 minutes. Sachin Saunders caught Tailenders Francis of Mikili-Tong for 11, 20 deliveries, 1-4. He batted for 52 minutes. DeAndre Drew was caught by Tailenders Francis of Mikili-Tong, and Tailenders Francis was involved in the first 3 dismissals. DeAndre Drew scored 5 of 19 deliveries, 26.32. His strike rate of 55 for Saunders, and Drew batted for 20 minutes. Bergen caught Jared Jean-Baptiste at backward square of Tailenders Francis, who took off the gloves and handed them over to Bowers, and Bergen scored 39 of 55 deliveries with 6 fours, a strike rate of 70.91, and he batted for 72 minutes. Ewart Richards, the wicketkeeper batsman, was caught by Tailenders Francis of Mikili-Tong for no score. Kunal Tilokani caught and bowled by Matthew Miller for 21 on 55 deliveries with 2 fours. 66 minutes of batting. Elijah Lewis caught Tanis Francis of Matthew Miller for 17. Again, Tanis Francis picking up yet another catch, so picking up some 4 catches in the innings. Elijah Lewis caught Tanis Francis, bowled by Matthew Miller for 17 of 15 deliveries with 2 fours and 1 6. Very impressive strike rate of 113.33. He batted for 19 minutes. Edwards was not out on 18 of 43 deliveries with 1 4, 41.86. His strike rate, 62 minutes of batting. Caden Francis, he was run out by Zavik Toppin for 1. He only spent 7 minutes at the crease. Levante Walters spent 26 minutes at the crease and he scored 2 from 21 deliveries. Kazim Tailenders was the last man out, comprehensively beaten and bowled by the off-spinner Ozan Williams with a quicker, faster, flatter delivery. And the extras were the second top scorer for St. Kitts, some 37, leg byes 11, wides 18, byes 4, and no balls 4. The fall of wickets 17 for 1, Xavier Henry in the 5th over. 32 for 2, DeAndre Drew in over number 9. 35 for 3 in over number 11, Sachin Saunders. 35 for 4, Ewett Richards. In the 11th over, and we had a good stand of 75 between Bergen and Tilokani. They took the score from 110 for 5, from 35 for 4 to 110 for 5, adding 75 for the 5th wicket before Bergen went in the 29th over for 39. And shortly after, he was followed by Tilokani, Kunal Tilokani in over number 29 at 114 for 6. Elijah Lewis then went with a total on 132. He was the 7th man dismissed in over number 32. The end of over number 32, then we had Francis going at 135 for 8 and over number 34. The first delivery of the 34th over. Levante Walters, 142 for 9. The 5th delivery of the 40th over. And the last man going, Kasim Challenger, in the 43rd over, the final delivery of over number 43, 155 all out, St. Kitts losing by 33 runs. And the bowling figures for Antigua Mikilitong, 9 overs, 5 maidens, 14 runs, 4 wickets. A strike, an economy rate of 1.56, 46 dot balls and 1 4, as well as a wide Matthew Miller. He bowled his full quota of 10 overs, 2 maidens, 41 runs, 2 wickets, and 43 dot balls, 2 fours, 1 6, 8 wides, 1 no ball. Jared Jean-Baptiste, 6 overs, no maiden, 30 runs, 1 wicket, 26 dot balls, 4 fours, 2 wides, 2 no balls. Tanis Francis, his full quota of 10 for 10 overs, 3 maidens, 22 runs, 1 wicket, 50 dot balls, 3 fours, an economy rate of 2.2. Ozan Williams, 7 overs, no maiden, 19 runs, 1 wicket, 31 dot balls, 1 4, 3 wides, 2.71 his economy rate. Xander Hobson bowled 1 over for 14 runs. Very expensive 1 over, and he had 2 fours struck off his lone over. So St. Kitts winning the game, St. Kitts losing to Antigua in the finals of the Leeward Islands Cricket Board's men's under-19 50 over championship, a 4-team championship, which consisted of Antigua, Nevis, St. Kitts, and St. Maarten. The third place playoff was at the Connery Cricket Ground between Nevis and St. Maarten. And we believe that Nevis would have won the game, placed third in the tournament. umpires in the game were Carl Tuckett and Troy Mills. Third umpire, Julian Benjamin, our scorer ever. Efficient and reliable scorer, Yvette Summersall. It's been a pretty good tournament. We saw some good cricket here and there. We saw spurts of good cricket here and there. We saw some good batting. We saw some good bowling, good wicket keeping here and there. And the Leeward Islands Cricket Board would want to continue this tournament and get the remaining 4 teams of the British Virgin Islands, the U.S. Virgin Islands, Antigua and Montserrat back into the tournament and have a larger tournament next time around wherever it is hosted. So on behalf of our producer, Andre Huey, the ever efficient and reliable Andre Huey, along with his wife, Kim Huey, and we had Tasha Morris as doing some camera work for us as well. She wasn't here today. This is Rodney Batiste bidding you farewell from Warner Park for the final time. A very blessed Easter Sunday and extended Easter weekend to you wherever you're viewing.